huwa hauna mdomo. Wanafaa kuwa na wamepick like a mechanism where kitu ikifanyika there is someone who is going and speaking there out kufanya ijulikane. Hizi vitu zinafanyika wenye wako online ndio tunajua, wale wengine hawakuwa kijua wale wako huko nje. And speaking from a point of mwananchi yule wa chini huko chini, like on the grassroots penye sisi tuko, si kila mtu ako na information, na kuna mali nasema hivyo mtu anasema ati hakuna mtu haezi kuwa akijua. Kuna watu hawajui na wajui kweli. Another thing someone said about propaganda, kuna mtu juzi alisema you observe your enemy, learn their tactics and also their weaknesses. Ruto is a person of propaganda. Now sisi wote tuko kwa GENZ generation zote, let's use propaganda against the government. Kitu ikifanyika, let's amplify out the bad things they are doing. Na it's all upon us. Kuna mwenye amesema 8 ati GENZ wafanya. No, it is us. Mimi nikiwa kama Masi hapa, kama najua kuna mtu yuko Mombasa nataka aje nimkuje nimhost, angoje hiyo 8. Sasa saizi ni yetu sisi wote. My point was Tony and wale wenye wako in the political class who can help these young people, work with them behind the scenes. Wow, pick even a young who mwenye anaweza kuwa president next time, mwenye anaweza kuwa nini start, because I've seen Kenya as a place where political ambitions are being killed. Nilikuwa naambia mtu juzi, kama mtu kama Raila hajaacha mtu yote mwenye ametrain. Like you look at Moi, Ruto, he's a protege of Moi. The same thing as Uhuru, he was a product who was mentored by Moi. Raila has not, he had saizi akaritaya hajatuachia anybody. So you Tony and those people who are there, kwa hawa vijana wanaongea hapa, anzeni kushape mmoja na mwanze kumnini, ndio 2027 Wakigombo walisema watatushikia ID tusiende kuvote, tunataka kuvote. So you find for us and mentor them huko nyuma na muwashikilie and pia speak out for them. It's not now ongeeni, huwa hamuongei. Even those like kasi hivi, unaona mtu anasema mimi na support GENZ and they don't. Wakati wa maandamano siona tu vijana huko, hata ndingi maandamano yenu mtembee huko na masuti tuwaone. Thank you and have a nice day. Hilary, thank you for the mic.
Thank you so much, Mercy. We really appreciate your presence. Asante sana, karibu sana. Lakini ukipika chai tupikie sisi pia tuweze kukunywa.
Napika uji leo.
Kama watu wa Sabato sasa tunapenda soya. Tunakunywa soya tunapoenda kanisani. Kwa hivyo pika soya mingi. Lady Justice, nimefurahi kukuona. Siku moja ulikesha hapa ukaenda ukapotea kabisa. Habari ya leo? Habari asubuhi, unaendeleaje?
Salama Hilary. Thanks for checking in. Mimi niko na swali kwa Tony. Tony, what's going on in the mountains? Like your people are coming out here every day and they are just about we want 8 positions. Now they're like, oh, the guys have gotten the better the most important position. What is it? Like your people are really confusing this game. What's going on? Hebu tuambie ukweli, sio ile ya uongo, Tony, please.
Unajua umeongea kitu ya maana na ni ukweli. You know, in the last elections when Raila was running against Ruto, you will notice that I was not involved in that election. And you will notice some of us who are very vocal in Mount Kenya did not participate. Because I felt that Raila Odinga was with the wrong people. This group of David Murathe and that group was a really rejected group in Mount Kenya. And Raila surrounded himself with these people. In private, I saw Raila 2 years before the election. I spoke to him at his office in Capitol Hill. And that is when I began to see Raila's changes, because he was not the same man. I think the handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, I don't know what it did to Baba, because Baba became consumed by money and wealth, and Baba became irrational. And in fact, losing this election there was a meeting I attended as I answered Mount Kenya to you. I'd not seen Raila for the whole period. of the election till he lost. The only time I saw him was the first day of maandamano, the maandamano ile yake ya Pentagon, inaitwaje ya principles of Azimio. When he started those demos and Ruto was new in government, I flew from Diani because I thought, hey, maybe now Raila ameona makosa yake na kweli ataokoa hii nchi. Juu hizo mambo ya demo, I was very committed to. So I flew and I went to see him. He had called a meeting on Riverside Drive. And when I arrived there, I found James Orengo, the so-called group of Raila. And there was a retrospection of what happened in the elections, including what happened in Mount Kenya. And I was asked to speak. And I did speak at that time, and I said, look, I tried to advise Baba about
Tony, kwani umenyongwa?
Amenyongwa kabisa, huyu amenyongwa.
Toa. Wamekutoa, wameona umeweza kuongea jingine. Okay, that's the point. Na tena nakuja kukujibu Lady Justice. Let me tatete au dakika mbili nione muko hapa ama unalala ama unemuka ukakunywa soya. Unajua wewe pia ni mtu wa soya. Ujambo. Hata ona watu wa soya washakunywa soya wanakuwa walevi. Ni sawa. The anta uko hapa?
Nashukuru sana Hilary. Nashukuru sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Niko salama, labda wewe kaka.
Nashukuru sana. I had questions to pose for our senior brother Tony, but essentially I want to say that this country has been run in a manner that is not inconsistent with the constitution, and the constitution of this country has been used very carefully and very sparingly for the political elites. It's very unfortunate that the likes of Tony today cannot have a position in the country's top leadership, so that they can be able to guide us in matters democracy and the very constitution and the law, and also to be able to guide us on the political landscape, and especially how they have grown and what they have understood since we got independence. But that notwithstanding, I want to say that Raila Odinga has been a bedrock of democracy in the country, but unfortunately he has ended up being or maybe being classified as a very selfish person, because it is against the principles and values of politics and under the Political Parties Act that the politicians, especially from the opposition, can be appointed into the positions of the cabinet by the ruling government. Why do I say this? That Sifuna said Raila was out of the country, and Ruto did this without consulting the opposition. But then when you look at last year, when Jalango went out of his way to support Ruto in his endeavors, a letter was drawn to him to explain why he could address and advocate for the values which are not for his party. And so that called for disciplinary action. So I'm worried that today Sifuna cannot write a letter asking that disciplinary action be taken against Opiyo Wandayi, who is the minority leader in the National Assembly, and also Mbadi, who is the chairman of the party, and also the likes of Oparanya, the deputy leader, and Hassan Joe, who is also the deputy party leader. But you saw last time, a few days ago, the entire party leadership, including Kaluma, has been in the space congratulating and vindicating those who supporting the nominations. But then the question is about the GNC, the liberation. Since independence, we saw Orengo, we saw the likes of Martin Shikuku, we saw the likes of uh, Charles, the likes of Raila Amolo Odinga, wanting to liberate this country at their young age. So it defeats logic, and my understanding as a young person who is learning democracy in this country and Africa, why the youth cannot be given space in leadership, especially the likes of Makaure, who has been very instrumental, irrespective of the fact that the GNCs are faceless and they are leaderless. But there are those guys who have been very vocal, championing, agitating for change in terms of leadership in this country at the time when their age calls for um, the appointments to government, creation of employment, and also looking at the cost of living. And finally, I will say, because I would have wanted to ask very serious questions to Tony Gachoka, who has been a close friend and ally to Raila Amolo Odinga, that when the president said that he has done wide consultation, we have over 90 political parties in the country which are registered. We have the private sector, including the manufacturing. We have not had the government actually led by Ruto. We not see Ruto identifying those guys in the private sector to appoint them to nominate them to positions of his cabinet. And so my question that was to go to him, the first question, and each of you can help me understand that the private sector, which was instrumental in advocating for the National Assembly to reject the bill, have not been appointed. Only one opposition party, ODM, got the nominations. I rest my case and give others the mic, and thank you for the opportunity. I wait for our brother Tony to ask him a few questions that are really disturbing me.
Tony's
Thank you
back.
very much.
Tony, thank you so much. Tony, can you test the mic?
Yes, can you hear me? I don't know what happened. Maybe State House had I was on. I just,
everybody was just, wow, what happened? You just disappeared. So we're happy you're back. Thank you so much. And think yeah, you need to check that sometimes. It's okay, conversation will go on, and don't worry, this is a pressure point. Good morning, everybody, welcome to the show. And we are sharing the ideas of what is happening, and also Barry and Nenane, what are the plans of what is happening. And yeah, we know that the pressure is there, and the issues people still need to be addressed. All right, Tony, the Anta ask one question. Anta, hebu uliza hili swali ya mwisho juu nilikuwa nashughulika, sasa nilikuwa nauliza swali alafu nilikuwa tafuta Tony.
Nashukuru sana ndugu yangu Hilary. Nauliza Tony, asante sana. Nilikuwa nauliza Tony. Ruto has said that he has done multi-sectoral approach, and he has consulted widely, and he went ahead to nominate four ODM stalwarts. Now, my question to Tony, as a political pundit, is it fair for the president to appoint four people into the cabinet, and is it the lasting solution for this country's economic prosperity? political stability.
Said, and I quote, I did not want to interrupt William Ruto's government. I wanted him to have a chance to govern and for Kenyans to kind of decide his presidency. But when I saw he's buying the opposition, buying members of parliament, destroying political parties, then he's destroying any ability of us to hold him to account, and he's destroying multi-party democracy. Those were the words of Raila Odinga in the forum that I explained to you. And I stood to speak and to say to him, if that is why we are doing Mandamano, then we are all with you, because we must be able to oppose the government so that the people of Kenya are able to see what the government is doing right or wrong. Under the Westminster model of the Constitution, the official opposition is supposed to oppose the government of the day in order that the people get a better government. So to the question that I've been asked about this usurping or in fact harvesting of opposition MPs, it is contrary to Article 4. Article 4 of the Constitution, that is what really creates the Republic, the Declaration of the Republic. At sub-Article 2, it describes Kenya to be, the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democracy that is founded on national values and principles of governance that are referred to in Article 10. And one of the blood-letting incidents in our history as a country was the fight of the Second Liberation, and which was characterized by the demand for Section 2A, when KANU was a one-party rule dictatorship, that this country be opened up to multi-party democracy in order that the competing political interests would be able to allow the country to hold any government elected to account. And therefore, when you have a multi-party election and two coalitions dominating the last 2022 elections, and the people of Kenya elect a government, like you elected William Ruto, you also elected Azimio la Umoja as the leading parliamentary party. In fact, they should be holding the leader of majority. They should be holding the PAC, PIC, and all the important organs of parliament to hold the government to account. But what Ruto did is started to buy ODM MPs, Jubilee MPs, and all manner of MPs to the extent that he bought his majority. And last week, what he did, he actually bought the biggest prize of all, who is Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, anyone who knows him as I have known him for 25 years, will understand that there is no way Opiyo Ondanyi, the chairman of ODM, John Badi, the two party leaders, Ali Hassan Joho, Wycliffe Ombeta Oparanya, can join Kenya Kwanza without his express authority. That is the entire leadership of the ODM. So can I tell all and sundry, Ruto and Raila wako pamoja katika hii serikali ya mseto, na hii serikali ya mseto inapigana na katiba katika mkarasa wa 4, kwa sababu wale waliunda katiba walitaka Kenya iwe nchi ya multi-party democracy ama vyama mingi, ili wananchi wa Kenya wawe na njia ya kuangalia yale mambo yanatendeka na serikali yazizidi. Na ndio umeona upinzani sasa iko katika pahali tunaita crossroads. And yesterday, I was very, very happy to see that those who have been left in Azimio are beginning to reorganize themselves. Because if we can have a functioning opposition, then whatever the Gen Z are doing on the streets can be able to join with those who are in political leadership in holding this government to account.
Asante sana Tony. Thank you so much. KD. KD umekaa hapa alafu nipatie CPA. KD dakika 2. KD mara ya kwanza, KD mara ya 3. KD, asante sana. CPA, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Hillary.
Hi.
You can hear?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just give my contribution, but before I do that, kindly allow me to pay my tribute to the fallen soldiers, our brothers and sisters who have been maimed and killed by this government. I want to pick from where Tony Gachoka has left. See, for a very long time in this country, we have been an institution where we have actually trusted the opposition to hold their government accountable. But if you look at what's happening at the moment, it's actually very unacceptable. You realize that when the GENZs tried when the GENZs started this thing, they particularly called Baba to stay away. Now, it's surprising that after the mayhem or after the fight, these guys are now getting into the government through the back door. One thing that is clear, and one thing that we need to know, that these guys are not planning to leave the stage any soon. Actually, they're not even planning to let any new faces onto the stage. That is what you'll see. People like Joho have been brought on board. People like Opio and I have been brought on board. Actually, people who ought to have gone people who ought to have exited the stage for the younger generations. So moving forward, I think the following things we need to do, probably as a country. One, we must congratulate the young people for what they have done. We must give them the necessary support they want. We must speak at the topmost of our voices. You realize that the government has become so strong, such that even now they are targeting the media, they are targeting people who have also outspoken so strongly against them. And if this continues, Hillary, one thing is sure, that we are actually headed in a very wrong direction. You see, if you imagine the implications of the now withdrawn finance bill, then you'd agree with me that Kenya was heading in the wrong direction. But as it is now, we ought to have been at a reset point. But that is not what Ruto wants. Actually, Ruto seems to be completely in denial of what is happening. He seems not to be in touch with the common population. Now, what options do we have as Kenyans, rather? Two things. One is that we need to re-strategize. You see, like the likes of Orengo and Raila agitated for leadership, multi-party democracy when they were young people. They must give the young people opportunity to express their thoughts and probably take part in leadership. It's true that this thing will not come easy, but people must stay strong. People must act. We want to call upon the older generation, those who we are now calling the middle class. I am grateful that we have the likes of Tony Gachoka on this platform. We need to have these other people who have not joined the GENZs to come on board. They must stand out, they must speak, and we must do whatever it takes to bring back our country. We are at a point where we cannot afford to just let go like this. In fact, this government has proven to us that if they are given any opportunity, then they can mess us full time. For a very long time, actually for 30 decades, for 3 decades, we have given Raila Odinga the opportunity to be in the leadership of this country. It is surprising that at every given point when he's been elected, he goes back to the government, either directly or indirectly. Now, at this point, what Raila has done and what Kenyans are seeing is that he's now gone to the government, and he's not gone alone. He's actually gone with the whole ODM bandwagon. We are not going to accept this. We are not going to accept it. In fact, if I wanted to say something, the second thing that we also need to do, we must put pressure not only at the presidential level, we must begin to take our leadership at the local level very seriously. The MPs must be made to account. The governors must be made to account. The MCS must be made to account. Heads of government departments must be made to account. Now, this way, the pressure will be all over. But as it is, if you only focus on the president, then you realize that these other guys, like you realize that there's Kisi. There's one senator from Kisi, actually, Osoro, Silvanus Osoro. He began speaking very negatively. I think these are the people now we need to identify and probably deal with them accordingly. Because there is no way someone is telling us to look, or rather to observe the constitutionality of our country, while them themselves, they're using the same constitution to bring us down. It is unacceptable, Mr. Hillary. It is something that we cannot just sit back and look and say that, oh, it's not going to happen. I love the fact that Kenyans have woken up, and now we are talking about issues that are development oriented. There is a question that one lady asked Tony. Let me just finish. There's a question that one lady asked the Tony Gachoka. The mountain, what are the mountains saying? You see, these things started on a very good note. There were no tribalisms in it. But now you see these people, instead now fighting, they have now started on saying, oh, ODM have got the best position. No, that is not the direction we need to take. Let us not look at it from tribal aspect of it. Let us look at this thing from a whole Kenya. Can a Luo benefit? Can a Kikuyu benefit? Can a Luya benefit? Can a Costarian benefit? So that in this way, then we are able to bring all the country to account. This is the only way we'll be able to fight and win. Otherwise, if we stand divided, if we retrieve ourselves to our tribal cocoons, then these guys are actually going to end to basically use the divide and rule, which already they are using. So Ruto has collected so much money. He's using the same money to oppress the very people he's collecting taxes from. Please let us not allow this, and let us just take chances. Let us do whatever it takes to make sure that these things work for us. I know it's not going to be today or tomorrow or the day after, but it is going to be.
Thank you so much, Tito.
Thank you so much, Tito.
A name or going anywhere? Are you going somewhere? Okay, Tito had to speak. Sawa. Sasa ngoja mute. My shida sana. Okay, thank you so much, Tito, for your submission. And I see many hands is coming up, and many people are requesting Mike. You know, guys, I've been so humble because it's the morning. Tumeamka sahi.
Ila niseme kitu ni drop.
Nisi drop watu, lakini nisasiotaka kusema aje.
Let me say something ni drop. I think point two ulikuwa kusema, and I'm gonna be very brief. As we are going forward, let's not try to put a revolution that okay, we want a young person akwe kwa government. If we do that, then even if that chance arises, they will start thinking we can just get any random young person alafu tumpatie ministry ya sports or give a ministry agenda or something like that. That is the discussion we should not be having with these people. Our issue is governance, accountability, and zero corruption. So as people, we want leadership. We don't care about whether unatupatia kama young person. Why could you, mbona usichukue mtu na umpatie treasury? Mbona usichukue these young people na umpatie defense? There's no need. We should be moving away from that, because issues zetu, the issues that we are canvassing are not to do with young people. There are issues to do with employment. There are issues to do with corruption. There are issues to do with accountability. So I think tunafaa kuwa focus now, tukue very straight with them. It's time ya hizo eras ati young people, and then we have got a few clowns kwa parliament in the name of young people, and then wanapewa those funny ministries, ati ministry of livestock, ati ya kuchunga ng'ombe, and then wanasema we have young people in parliament. No, at this time around we should be having even somebody who is 28 and is qualified akwe attorney general. It doesn't matter as long as ako qualified. So let's not even have this tag young people in terms of negotiating, or even if you're getting into power. We should be fully aware that this government is for us to take it to the next level. Hata these young people anaweza kuwa still nini interior, still anaweza kuwa defense. So that is the thing. But anyway, we don't want those things. The whole purpose is how to reclaim the country and become the government. So I will drop. Thank you so much, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Jesus, and we are so humbled to have you in the space. Good morning, everybody. Tomorrow, follow the link. Tomorrow we have a big space whereby Samuel Makowure will be our guest with plus everybody will the platform, the GENZs wenyewe atakuwa kituongoza kesho ili tuweze kuona hii mpango namna gani. Kwa hivyo kesho usikose saa 1 kamili saa zetu za Kenya jioni. Lady Justice, your hand was up, and our focus is about the morning hours and the pressure point. I saw your hand, Lady Justice.
Thank you, Hilary. My concern is one. Do we as Kenyans ever get to a point and ask ourselves that we could be asking too much of, let's say, Honorable Raila Odinga? This is a man whose election has been messed up 3 times. This is a man who has tried to create alliances with the Mount Kenya people, and all the time they came up, it came back and beat
But
him
let me
so
just,
hard.
okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. I want you to just finish your point. But can we not divert our attention to Raila Sana? Sababu, I think it watered down what we are focusing on. Tarehe nane nane. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully nobody brings Raila again, because personally, I just feel like we want so much from him, but we never think about, if it were you, if you're on the same spot, what would you do? Like, you have people who played you so much. Will you go back to the same people calling you, asking you for the same favors, and you do them? Absolutely not. Anyways, I wanted to talk about abduction. Hillary, you remember the list that we had for abduction? Could you please put it on the jumbo train again? The one we had
I will
2
do that.
days ago.
I'll
Yes,
check
so
it.
that we can document those who are missing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lady Justice, for that. And let us focus. And our main point is the pressure point. Good morning, and issue at nane nane ambayo inakuja wiki moja ijayo. What do you think about it? And the abductions that has been happening in our country. What is your take? Phil, go ahead. Then Wycliffe, and then Munesto in that order.
My question was mostly, because I mean, at this point, we are getting to a pressure point whereby we are looking at a full blown president who's wearing counter. He wasn't given any money, and then puts it in his private account, and then comes back here and acts like he's the king of every king, pays protesters. Not protesters, pays people who is going to meet up so that they can come for his little meeting. And then he goes on his tuta, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do this. And then constitutionally, he's violating every constitution on, in terms of even the constitution itself. I can actually put some clauses on some of the things that he's broken in constitutional wise. And we look at leaders and then we ask ourselves, how is the future gonna look like in the next 10, 20 years from now? And the funny thing is, we are talking about a westernized community whereby we have a West that is complacent with this kind of thing that's going on. We have the IMF that is complacent with giving out loans to somebody who is literally has criminal tendencies within his government. So this is where you start. Govern the whole world, and we as Kenyans are gonna sit back and say, okay, you know what? That is normal, it's business as usual, and we should that is normal. I mean, it gets to a point whereby people have to start now asking themselves questions like, how How did this even all start? Why do we have a bunch of little people who are not even educated as much as most of these Kenyans are? Because, they keep insisting on education, but there are no jobs for people to go to in these educated Gen Zs. Those are the real questions we need to be asking. And I think at this point, it's gotten to a point whereby, because, in a family, there's a family unit. It starts with a family. It starts with a dad. A dad raises a son grows to see the dad. The dad, he sees the son. The son now gets to a point whereby now he understands his surroundings. Now he understands, what, I need to move out of dad's house. That's the point where Kenya is right now. We are tired of old, incompetent ministries. We see people playing around, blatantly putting somebody from Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, throwing people around in different ministries. What are we talking about as Kenyans? At this point, what? We need to start getting serious. And I think people don't understand what we are talking about. People don't really understand what this means. People think, when we look around, this guy is walking around paying people for, when he goes for his rallies, still going around in his what we are doing. Why are we even having these debates? To the point where by now, look, okay, we have we have these little people who are always talking here and there on social media. You find them here and there, trying to support them. Of course, he wants mixed messaging. There has to look like there's some people who support him. That's part of analytica and part of trying to control people's minds and trying to see how people can be, it's more of a game. All these people are in the game. We have no way of winning. People don't understand. We're in a westernized game that some people are already so far into it, they cannot come back. So the only way that it's, hey, everybody's stealing, we might as well steal. So now it's become like an NBA draft, if I may so say so. So getting into government is like, oh shit, I'm getting into government so that I can go there, make my money and get the fuck out. That's pretty much what government has become now in Kenya. And it's a shame because right now we have places where there are no roads, we have no infrastructures, we have no addresses whereby we can say, hey, somebody can send something directly to your house. There is no structure. We are still backward. We are still in 1921 compared to out here. And we are still playing the game of stupid politics. bigger than the world, because this is actually talking to the whole world. It's telling them, listen, we cannot play by the same rules. You cannot be giving us debts from IMF, yet we have our minds being raped out there. We have our resources and our things being raped out there. Why are we still paying for debts we can't afford on an interest rate that we can't afford? Well, our economy is down. Well, we have a few little people who are trying to make themselves in a different class. Talking about what they're gonna do when they're never gonna do nothing. Meanwhile, we have evidence of things that they said they were gonna start and they've never finished them, but we are still gonna sit there and act like these people are really doing something for us. It's a high time these members of parliament start waking up. It's a high time that this president wakes the hell up, because let me tell you something. Nguruwe inajikanga na mafuta yake. Let me tell you something. Whether he likes it or whether he doesn't, regimes fall down. And when they fall down, the people who act the biggest are the ones who fall down the hardest. And if you can't look at the future, if you think that silencing people and killing people is the solution, I can guarantee you the place where they're making the hell hot for you is waiting for you deep down in the depths of hell for you. This is no way to govern. This is how the British fight for what we own, what we have, and if we don't do it now, I promise you, it's not just me, it's not just you, it's not just millennials, it's not even the people his age that are gonna suffer. It's every single person on this place. I'm finished. Thank you so much for this time. I needed to give you that message. But one thing I also wanted to tell you, this is because we are not playing. I belong to a platform. I'm going to be posting my suggestion on how we need to be protesting. So as you can see, my profile picture is white. White represents major highways. Green represents MPs, businesses, and major strongholds. Red represents airports and ports. Black represents hackers and government systems where we infiltrate some of those things. That is the signature that we have within our movement. I'm going to be posting that very soon on my X. So whenever we do that, we are going to be going for peaceful protests. Whenever we post, like if you see white, you know we are going for major highways, and because we are tired of posting where we are, and then we find tear gas all over the place, and then we find our protesters are losing morale, and we can't be. So we are no longer wanting to tell the police where we are. We are done. We are done. Enough is enough. We have to sit down and talk about this, and if we don't, as a country, we have to talk about this. Something has to be done, and we have to protest in every way. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hey, for real, Phil. I can hear you, man, and your voice. I give you that time because you are giving a lot of wisdom there and everything. And thank you so much for giving us that. And we appreciate it and all the time. And let us share some other things inbox so that you can know how best you can do this. We have a space tomorrow at 7 p.m. our time. That's Kenya time. If you're in Kenya, if you are wherever you are, you can translate it. But 7 p.m. Kenya time, we have a very big space tomorrow talking with Samuel Makoure mwenyewe. He will be with us. Otherwise, I've seen bwana nyingi, huyu jina yako ni ngumu bwana. Hivi sasa jina zingine Munesto, then Billy Munesto. Hebu niambie vile jina yako inaitwa. Ai. Tony,
Thank you.
are you around? Just a minute.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
All right, yeah, you're audible enough, right?
Thank you, Hilary, for this space that you have given us to contribute. I have been listening to the speakers that have
Jinako,
spoken before me.
this name, how do you pronounce it?
Monesto.
Munesto. Okay, go ahead. 2023.
Yeah. So I've been listening to the speakers that have been speaking, and I want to thank you for this space. But then we should not lose the purpose of these revolutions. We started by rejecting the finance bill, and that came out very well. I was one of the protesters in Nanyuki, and we gave some ultimatum to the president because of the high cost of living. And therefore, by reducing this conversation to Laila, to whatever they are doing, we are giving them the strength. So my submission is that we should stick to our purpose, and our purpose is good governance, accountability, and zero corruption. And therefore, to me, when we glorify, when we start, they change our conversation, who has been chosen to which position, that is trying to water the purpose of this revolution down. So my submission is that we should come up with a strategy. Just as we went out the first day, we should come out with the strategy. Now, our strategy should be very clear and what is needed to be done. In case of adoptions, we have seen people, so many people being adopted, and we in where we are, we don't have the names, we don't have the information of the adoption. So I think we should, to my submission, we should own the police responsible to the people that are lost. Because I listened to them yesterday in Mombasa, and they were telling President Ruto that them that have been arrested unlawfully should be released. And I don't think that will be the solution, because in Uhulu's business government about the positions, because now I've seen this conversation is being reduced to Mount Kenya, it's being reduced to Njoho, Mombasa, it's being reduced. They are the same people who are causing the same problems, and we cannot expect change if these people are still in power. And therefore, as a generation, we need to tell them now, all the old generation, that's include Lahila, that's include Luto, that includes Kalonzo, they should not reduce this conversation to political parties. We need to come out as a generation and say enough is enough. Let them not sit on the fence and say Ruto is doing this, Ruto is doing this, and the next minute they are sleeping together. So as a generation, we should stand and say enough is enough. We should come out with the strategies of good governance, accountability, and zero corruption. So it should not be For instance, I was thinking we should come up with with a position that when IBC will be in place. We should come up with a strategy to reduce what be because he has taken someone from coast, because he has taken someone from and by Napoleon. There was how the Ottoman Empire was running, and why China decided to rise and be strong under Mao, under General Mao. And you understand probably the revolution in Cuba when Che Guevara and his likes were fighting the dictator Batista, and that is Fidel Castro and Che Guevara were leading a revolution against Batista, and coming to understand the most basic ways of understanding or organizing a revolution, the most basic ways of fighting, so that we avoid some of the mistakes that we find ourselves making. And I'm saying this because there is a book by Robert Greene about 33 strategies of war. He first starts by saying this: when you're going to war, do three things first. First of all, do soul searching within yourself first, because you're the
most important element in a war, especially when you're and let them learn themselves. And when you're finished with this, you can now study the enemy. When you go to war, you'll be going from a point of strength. You'll be going from a point of strength because you understand yourself, you understand your team understands itself, they understand each other, and even they studied the enemy, the arts of the enemy, the responses. Even actually they can foresee situations in advance and they're able to see it. So I have 4 things to say so that we are not uniform, we are not standard, we are not alike. In this movement, we have both the young and the old. In this movement, we have the educated and the uneducated. In this movement, we have the privileged and the poor. In this movement, we have the working and the unemployed. We have people that live in Kenya and people that live in diaspora. What is uniting us? Whatever is uniting us is our love for the country, our patriotism. I am assuming, because that is for me what brings me to this revolution. Whatever is uniting us is our love for the country, our dream to have a better Kenya, our wish that one day we will have a merit-based society full of corruption, away from tribalism, whereby you rise and you achieve with honor, irrespective of your surnames, your tribe, your background, and all that. So when we know that we are not uniform, when we know that we are not homogeneous, our strategies will now go to customize our unique situation. Because if we were a bunch of university graduates, all of us coming from the same socioeconomic standards, coming almost in the same region, operating in the same region, having money of our own, having intellects and having education on our own, then we will not be it will be so easy for us to organize and to be disciplined and to be all this, and our strategies and our messaging will be so easy to approach. But shock on us when we are having tear gas canisters this week and we are saying Ruto Mwizi, for example, in Mombasa, where I work and live and where I am been fighting my struggle. The next morning, Ruto comes after appointing someone that I am not sure whether he's there to fight the minerals that are being looted, but he's there to protect the interest of the people that are appointing him and pushing him, like the ODM. The whole crowd comes out because they are paid, they are hungry, they are unemployed, they are idle, they are even drug addicts. They've been mobilized to suit for that particular day. So it could be so disheartening and heartbreakers if we think that these people are betraying us or they do not, or our message does not reflect with them. No, it does, but the unique set of situations that they are in forces them to go out so that they get that 500 for the plate of meal to be on the table in the evening. So when we understand that we are not uniform, we are not equal, we are not homogeneous, we are not a standard set of statistics that now you're saying that the youth will come out and all of us will come out. Some of them are orphaned, some of them have families to support, they have parents struggling with cancer and other terminal illnesses, they have to fend for them, and we have to be kind and to be easy on each other, even when some of them make blunders along the way. That is the first point I wanted to make, that we are not a uniform, homogeneous group of people, but we come with our unique set of challenges and our backgrounds, united by the love of our country. Then when we know this, then the second thing is revolutions take time. I know those of you that have read a lot about war is that generals and soldiers desire, they always desire having a clear and fast and a quick and a decisive win over the enemy, where they alienate the enemy. For me, the best occasion, the best case scenario for us would have been on June 28th, when we occupied Parliament. We occupy Parliament. We don't go back home. We have a quick and decisive win over the enemy. We topple every system that has been working against us, but it did not work. Why? Because our struggle, the truth that we have to face today is that struggles take time. Even wars, even the most consequential wars of the whole world, like the Second World War, they used to drag themselves over years. And eventually, they will have to achieve a victory if they are disciplined and they are organized. So, the second point I wanted to make is this is going to be a lifetime struggle, because even if we were to remove the current regime, even if we were to change systems, even if we were to have a fresh set of leaders who are clean, who are moral and ethical, we have been told in history that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That means our struggle should be lifetime, as long as we are making efforts to be better, as long as we are even in the great powers. You know, I study a lot about the great power politics in the three superpowers, the US, China, and Russia. Even when they know they are the strongest in the world, like the US, it continues to improve itself in the manner in which it relates relative to other superpowers, because it doesn't want a day when it will wake up and another country is more powerful than them, because for their survival depends on them being powerful and another military not attacking them and finishing their population. So the second thing I want us to understand is our struggle is lifetime. When we know this, we are able to set aside strategies that achieve lifetime or long-term goals, so that we enjoy the quick wins we get along the way, because they are very necessary for our egos, for our esteem, for our motivation, for our morale. We need those short-term wins, so that as we push along the way, we are getting the motivation now to be. But the end goal of it is that as long as you're a patriot, as long as you are revolutionary, even if we put in our current set of the revolutionaries, the ones that are right now currently being agitated, we will need to put mechanisms in place to ensure that we check and balance their power, lest they be corrupted and they become the people that we are condemning today. The third thing I want you to know that it is going to be frustrating, it is going to be tiring, it is going to be so sometimes demoralizing, because of the unique set of situations that I have explained to you. So we need to be encouraging each other, we need to be thanking each other, we need to be tapping each other, we need to be united, we need to be actually so kind and gentle on each other. Not on this day we are attacking Gaido, this other day we are attacking Boniface, this other day we are saying Boniface, is doing paid activism. This other day we are against Tibet. This other day we are, my brothers and sisters, for us to be sustained in a struggle against a system that has a monopoly of violence, we will need to be organized, to be united, to love each other, because a struggle is very frustrating. Freedom, even our forefathers, we saw it in the ANC, the Mau Maus and the Maji Maji rebellions. They had even to forsake their most basic needs like sex and go and live in the forest. And our grandparents, our grandmothers and great grandmothers, they used to send food to them in the forest. So we have to come out of our comfort, knowing that if we want change, change does not come easily. And the last thing that I want to tell you, so that I yield the mic, is that statecraft involves deception, betrayal, violence, and a lot of Machiavellism. Niccolo Machiavelli uses a lot of strategies in which you hide your cards below the table. You don't put all your cards below the table. Even in this struggle, we have people that have not put their cards, all of them, on the table. And I want to prepare you for moments when you're going to be betrayed, for moments when you're going to be feeling you've been deceived, moments when you will be unleashed state violence and terror, it will be unleashed on you. Moments when you're going to be feeling that I am I'm giving up and I'm not taking part in this movement. But brothers and sisters, remember always why we are in this. We are in this because we want and we love a better country. Our love for our country is uniting us. Our patriotism. In fact, we have said we are dead from within. We're already dead when we stay in the estates with no medicines, when we stay at homes with no jobs, and we pack our degrees in the cabinet. When we live a life that we live below our potential, it means we are already dead. So they are actually quickening our state of death when they take life out of us, because we would rather fight and die on our feet than live on our knees. So I want to prepare you. The struggle you want to engage in is going to be a life of deception, a life of violence and Machiavellianism. Finally, kabisa, about this issue of statecraft. When we take power, because I am a believer that we are going to take power, we want to be able to ensure that we are politically educated. We want to be able to choose a model of economy that suits all of us as Africans, a model that also accommodates Ugandans, Malawians, Zambians, South Africans, because all of them are brothers and sisters. So our taking power ought to be in preparation, the way the EFF of South Africa prepares itself. The day we take power, the day we have our political power and we have our political manifesto, we need to be politically educated. Politically educated because we don't want to repeat the mistakes of our founding fathers when they took power from Zungu and they started distributing resources for themselves. So we need men of integrity. When we contribute the money like we want to contribute in Mchanga, we want our money to be accounted for. We want revolutionary, radical people that know that they are riding on the backs of fellow citizens who are already oppressed. It will be so unfair for us. We raise you up here and then again you continue doing the same evil things that the system. Why then did we have to lose Kinarex Masai? Why then did we have to have so many people to be maimed and to be killed if you're going to maintain status quo? So my brothers and sisters, we are ready and willing to be involved in a revolution. But those of you who have platforms and who have shown leadership capabilities led by Kina KOTX, Kina JM, Kina JoM, Kina Amerix, Kina Afro, Kina Mizani 254, and everyone, Kina Pipita, everyone I might have forgotten. You need to show us that you guys are ready to lead from the front. You are ready to be accountable. You're ready to be servant leaders. Then once we see that, and then versus what we are fighting, it will be so easy for us to entrust our lives, our resources, our time, and our energy to you all. Asanteni sana, fellow patriots. Nawapenda. My name is Abdurrahman. I am fighting from Mombasa. Thank you so much.
Wow. I always know if we come here, we want to learn. Thanks, my brother. Great. I'm going to just give my next two speakers, and then most definitely we'll probably have another host, probably Sonko or Joy take over. But I will go to Dr. Val and then Rehab Wanjiko. And then after that, the next set of speakers will be welcomed by another host. And because we have a lot of requests pending, at some point we may have to move some people down a little bit, and then we can get a new set of speakers because of the limits that we have. Dr. Val and then Rehab, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, very
Hello?
well. Yep.
Okay. Thank you once again for allowing me to spend some time with you guys on this platform. I want to encourage everybody, don't lose hope. Like I said the last time, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We're at war. And I know people talk about this Gen Z thing, but I believe that we can be Gen Z in many different forms. But I also think that in addition to having Gen Z, we need to come up with a slogan. We are Gen Zs, but we can come up with something. These are just suggestions. We are the people. We are the people, are us, or the people's voice, or something, so that at least when we talk about the Gen Z, then when we add like we are the people, because the country belongs to us. So we Gen Z, we whoever, we are the people. I think that that's something we can consider, some slogan other than just being referred to as Gen Z. I don't know how you guys feel about that. The other thing I'm saying that we need to get people who are going to be loyal and committed to the cause, not to benefit them. Some people will probably come here and they're talking about politics. I think politics is fine. I just think that at where we are right now, we need to not talk too much about 2027 because we have a lot on our plate. There are people who are going to come, people who are going to go. And I think that we should kind of form committees. This is my view. And the committees don't have to be in Nairobi. We have 47 counties. I don't know who we have certain places in those areas who can be committed. And with the committee, we should have agendas. We should have something we put like intermediate, short-term goals and long-term goals and continuous goals. What is our short-term goals when we go to the committees? When we go to the grassroots, we need to go to the grassroots. Ruto and his people are back campaigning. So the question is, as they're campaigning, we need to find a way to come and attack what he's saying at the grassroots, because he's going to the grassroots. And we know that those people get paid. We know. But you see, like they talk about, was it Homer Bay and was like shouting and what's his face, and Mombasa, they were happy, hilarious. One of their people had been elected or appointed. But we need to go back to the grassroots and counter that. You're like, no, that is not your people. That's Badi. Badi and his family. That's not a Luo person. That's Badi. And you're saying, let me explain that to you. Badi has been in power since 20, whatever. I said, have you ever met him? Have you ever, okay, call him today. Tell him you have a problem. See if Badi even knows you. So we have to go back, whatever it is that they are planting in these people's minds. We need to be on the ground also to counter it. And say, don't be fooled. You say, okay, you know me, I'm talking to you right now. Have you ever met Badi? Do you know anything? Do you know his wife? Do you have his kids? If you were sick today and you went to the hospital, can you use Badi's name and say Badi said or Joho said or something? So we need to start working on their psychic. Another thing is that we need to also discuss about different approaches and different areas that we need to be on the ground. How you approach somebody in the rural area who is like maybe a diehard, maybe a Raila person. See, I'm giving an example. He or she will never see anything wrong. But then maybe you have to use psychology. You let them say, you're like, okay, listen, your child doesn't go to school. Have you been sick? Do you have pension? Anything happens? No, all kind of stuff. No, but you've been voting for Raila. So my friend, why don't you call him? You know why? Somebody died. You had a funeral, you had a burial, but it is usually the same people around you, in the community, who you go to for help. But when we are trying to tell you that this person is not going to help you, you want to fight it. So you know what? Next time, if you have an issue, just go. Just go to that person who you are so happy about to help you, because you've never met this person. In fact, this person walks with security. So we have to use psychology. Some of them you go to, and we need to also get these young kids, these kids who have not been polluted. And you need to start talking to them and encouraging them and say, listen, we're living in a country where you are the future leaders. You can be anything and everything. So that maybe when they go to their parents, they can talk to their parents. And you meet young kids and you meet them at the football field, wherever you meet them. It's constantly you're just drilling. How was school? Did your teacher come? What's happening? What are you teaching? What are your plans? How do you plan to realize that dream when the government is not doing anything? You have talent, but do you know that other people in other countries have talent and they cannot do what they're doing? They're not doing because your parents are not voting for what is right. So sometimes you have to put them against their parents. So when even they come to ask you for something, you're like, no, first of all, go ask your parents and tell them why they've not been able to do XYZ so that they actually know the socioeconomical challenges that they're having. We need to penetrate and get these young kids also. Okay. Another thing, as I said, so the different approach would also be, like as I said, Ruto is on the ground talking and lying to people. We know, like when he went and he's doing this ODM thing and everything, how many people have been in ODM? And I'm using ODM as an example because they have fanatics in that, support group base. But how many people would even say to me, and I'm not bashing anybody, I'm just using this, they would say that maybe their mother has been sick, their father, they had a burial, they had school fees, and where they were able to call ODM, and ODM did anything for them. Because at the end of the day, it's your neighbor. They don't even know where these people live. So this business where people are looking at party lines and shouting and they are happy because somebody from ODM, somebody from their tribe, you're like, yeah, I'm very happy for you, but can you reach this person right now if you don't have money, if you don't have transport? Can you reach them? So you're so happy and shouting that this person had gotten this, but how does it impact you as an individual? How does it impact you? So another thing, like as I said, people in Kenya are dying. There's no medicine in the hospital. They're not dying because their illness cannot be treated. No, people are dying before their time. They're dying because there is no medicine. They're dying because the hospitals don't have the equipment. It is not their time to die. But you see, these politicians or whatever the hell they call themselves, they always have it in their mind that they will always, people forget that power is transit. They always think they'll hold this position till they die, or they have a visa, or they can travel somewhere. I can tell you right now, if you get in a car accident right now, I don't care how many visas you have. If you do not have emergency services right there and then, you're going to die. You are going to die. And then sometimes they don't think about, you know what? There come a time that you might not even be able to fly out. They won't let you. The airline will not let you. So you see, they're so full of themselves because let me tell you something. If I was a politician, I would be so selfish. You know what I would do? I would make sure they have the best hospitals. They have the best facilities, the best roads, everything. Not because I love the people, but because I'm thinking of myself in case something should happen to me. But you know what? But my people will have to benefit from it because I can't use it myself. So while I'm fixing the roads, and that's what America does. You fix all these things that you love. You're like, hey, my child can be on that road. I can need that. I will need the service. So so that's how you develop. That's how you build. Out of maybe you think you're selfish, but other people have to use that service. I was in CIA one time. I went to somebody's house, beautiful house by the lake. It was like landlocked. Didn't make sense to me. So coming from abroad, I start to compare certain things, and I'm like, why you only have one door? What if in case there's a fire? Why you have all these bars? What's the emergency exit here? And then I'm asking them, so if something was to happen to you, where is the nearest hospital? How does the ambulance get here? Do they have oxygen? I started asking all these questions, and these people were looking at me like I was fucking crazy. And I was like, no, I'm saying that you stole all this land. You've built a mansion. But I tell you, my brother, you have a heart attack right now, you're gone. You are gone. So that's the reason I was telling the guy, you should have built a hospital around here. Since you live here, your mother is here, your children are here. You should have built a functional, you should have had the best. And when you have the best, you're like, okay, I know what's there. Everything's functional. I want to share an experience that I had.
Is it me not getting people?
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear Val. If you can probably land quickly so that we can bring in a few other people. But
Yes.
I don't know who is speaking, but the other person, you probably can't hear Val, but she's speaking.
Okay. So let me just say there's a few
That's
things
okay.
also.
Let me land so that you can add others.
Yes, but let me
Okay,
just say
I'll
something.
get you back.
Okay, I'll get you back. All right, thank you.
Another thing that I was saying, are you there?
Yes. Probably in another 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
no problem. Another thing that I want to say is that how do you approach these goons? You don't approach them to like tell them off. You approach them to turn them away. And how do you do by turning them away? You turn them away by saying, like, remember the incident we saw where some of them got beat and then the cars were burnt down and everything? And then you ask them, so in a situation like that, did the people who sent you ever come after you? So you have to kind of try and change their mindset that join us. We will look for you. We will look after you, and everybody's going to benefit. But you see, when you're a goon, if you're caught or anything happened, I think there were 2 people who were killed. But nobody has really even gone to visit the people's parents and give them their condolences. So I'm saying that even with the goons, if we know where they are, and they have groups, we need to go and try and talk to them and change their mind and tell them why they shouldn't be goons. So anyway, since you guys want to, I know there's a lot of people here. I've been up here for some time. I just wanted to say something. And finally, I just want to say, let's try and read on a lot of articles and maybe call other people to come and help us. And finally, I wanted to say, I saw Orengo. I know this is not a political platform. I saw Orengo stand up, and he's isolated right now because he said he's standing with the Gen Z and something. Maybe we can consider calling him on the platform, and he can give us some, because if they call him constitutional lawyer, he can be able to give us some pointers on how the constitutional work, how we can go about it. And that's just a suggestion, because we need, like somebody said, we need all the ideas, we need all the expertise. We're taking everybody on board who can help us in this journey. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate you. Great, great ideas, great wisdom. And yes, for those that are just probably joining us, I just wanted you to know that we are mobilizing people for the Nane Nane, that is Tarehe Nane mwezi wa nane, as we continue the push about Ruto must go, which really has been a movement of needing real change in our country and ensuring that there's governance and the great ideas that are being contributed, how we can mobilize people, how can we bring everybody on board, how do we reach to the grassroots? And a lot has been shared tonight in terms of there are some people in the machinani that have not really received this, but who will get them on board. I'm gonna go to Rehab, and then possibly Songo will take over to bring in Wycliffe and Youth President, and then we will now go back to getting more other people. The conversation tonight is, how do we sustain the movement? How do we mobilize towards the Nane Nane? And how can the diaspora be involved? I'm expecting that the Sonko will explain to us if the M Changa works with the diaspora people, or is there an alternative? What can these people do? And thank you, everybody from across the world, for being part of this conversation. This is how we grow and bring a change in our country. Rehab, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, JM. And thank you, everybody. I've been coming here for the last 3 weeks. I've been a silent listener. I don't want to talk much. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm not a millennium. I'm approaching my 50s. And I thought today I would not listen, but I would also like to contribute. That's why I'm here. And nawashukuru sana. I've been listening to what you guys have been saying. and you've been really impressing me. But there are some things I want to bring to you today. For this revolution, you had a vision. So my advice to you, I would advise you, hiyo vision, hayo maono mlikuwa nayo, there are people tunawaitaga midwives. People that can be able to preserve your vision so that vision may not be hijacked and may not be killed. So amongst you, mnatakikana, sababu mumekaa hapa mnajuana, mtafutane wale watu ambao they can move with your vision, wanaweza ilinda na wanaweza itembeza mpaka ifikie hali mlikuwa mnataka mufike. Also, about this issue ya fear yenye mnauziwa, please don't fear. And also my advice to you, I've told you I just have 4 points. First, mtafute watu wenye midwives, people that can be able to protect the vision that you have. Also, people that will not fear, don't fear. Alafu, you must have structures. And also, you must have funds. Hizo funds zitawasaidia hata hii mambo mnasema ya 8-8. You need funds. You need posters. Munahitaji civic education. Munahitaji watu on the ground. You can't reach those people kwa X peke yake. You also need people in Facebook. Waende mahali pale wa mobilize. You need people in TikTok. You need people in Instagram. You need people even in YouTube. Hata kwa TV. And also, as the previous speaker amesema, kuna yule mwenye alisema about Martha Karua, about now James Orengo. You can buy from those people. Uwaulize wakati walikuwa wanafanya hiki tunaitwa Sabasaba. You can buy what made Sabasaba to be successful. You can buy from them. I happen to be in a family wakati Sabasaba ilikuwa inaformiwa. One of my uncles was among those people. And I'm telling you, those people would even sit usiku na mchana. Na walikuwa wanakuja huko mashamba kwetu wanafichwa. Ili waweze kuongea. Au watu mnaona kama Raila Odinga, akina Mwite, they used to come in our home. Shosho yetu anawaficha, anawapikia, anawaficha. Wanakaa huko siku mbili wakipanga venye wataweza kufanya nini, venye watafaulu. You also need people. And now since mumejuana, you don't need to kujage space hapa tuongee kila kitu. There are some issues zenye the leaders you are going to choose. Because you need structures and you need people who can fight for this revolution. Wenye damu yao iko kwa changes that you guys need. Kuna mambo zenye mtakuja hapa and there are people who can come here, wanajifanya mko pamoja lakini wanaenda huko wanatoa siri zenyu. Even before muende kupigana, munapata mumefungiwa pahali. So that is all I wanted to tell you. Yeah, and no, as a parent, we are praying for you guys. We love you. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiliza, nimekuwa nikiwafuata, and I've also been mobilizing people katika platform na kuaga. Ninawaambia wakuje hapa kwenyu waweze kuwasikiliza. God bless you. Keep moving. That is all I have.
God bless you, Rehab. I do appreciate. Let me see if Sonko is awake or did he sleep. If he did, I can proceed for a little bit. Oh, he's in the house. And tell us, how does the diaspora get involved? It's 1:49 a.m. for me, Sonko. You've put me through this. Nitahitaji malipo kidogo. Anyways, God bless and thanks, Sonko, for doing this amazing job. Back to you.
So as per your request, niliunda hiyo mchanga account, and of course it supports any mode of payment. Yeah, ina support M-Pesa and also zile za card payment, the Stripe. Yeah, so those in diaspora mnaweza tumia any mode of payment, card, PayPal. Yeah, I think
Okay,
hapo
so
tu.
yeah, that's what I was because I know there are a few people have been asking to contribute, and we were not. I wasn't very sure if that supports that, and I'll be the first one to check it out. So thanks for clarifying that. That's really important. All right, so go ahead. We need to bring the youth president and then Wycliffe, and then of course we'll go to use James. I have no idea what that name means, but yeah. So probably those three, they go in that order: the youth president, Wycliffe, and then Juice James.
JM, just before they go, we have a lady here called MJ. She's in the space. Yeah, she has a verified account. So MJ has been on the forefront of posting the missing persons. Of course, we've seen what she has been doing. So guys, if you can locate MJ wherever she is, we have a comrade who has been missing, a 34-year-old guy. And yeah, that's the work in tunafanya saizi to try as much as possible to amplify that case. At least we get hold on the whereabout of that guy. So just locate MJ Maliakom. And also I
Yeah,
want to let you know that
I've sent a request. I've sent MG a request, and we'll appreciate if she can come and probably highlight that. That would be great.
okay, and then I also thought if we can dedicate her account for sharing missing persons, because she has been on the forefront of that, just like I've been on the forefront of posting spaces and being on the ground.
Awesome. That's really great. Some of you come up, and then we will get to that. Let's go to the youth president, then Wycliffe after that, please. And we have like at the very least like maybe 15 or whatever requests. We will get you back up here. It's only that it's like a very heavy traffic today, so we'll get you up here to contribute. Please stay with us. Youth president.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Good morning, Mr. President. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Hillary. I'm a millennial. I'm from Bungoma, so I appreciate the movement. As KOT has said, I've been a listener quite for some time. I've tried through the mode of payment, the M-Changa. I've seen it works because I've tried this early in the morning when the space had started. So I wanted to confirm how it is working, and I appreciate. So my little concern is we need to have a structure, as other speakers have spoken, whereby we need civic education to from the grassroots, whereby all generations, the Gen Z, the millennial, and we have part of Gen X and Gen Y. So we need to educate our people so that we are on board, all of us. And also, as I see the Nane revolts, we purpose to have all the youth from across the country, yet we don't have a structure. So I don't know how we are going to work out to have all the youths, because I think it is meant to transport youths from different counties to Nairobi as we march to the State House. So I'd like to know, because now that we don't have a structure, I don't know if we have identified different representatives from different counties that will help mobilize other Gen Zs and those other people, the millennials and the other generation that has bought the idea and are in support of the movement towards revolution of the country and governance in our nation. So my real concern is about that. How are we going to work out to have representative at the grassroots? Because we need to start from the ward level, the constituency, the county, just as the political class do, because that's where we will reach our conversation to them, and that's how we'll have to enlighten them, because some of them see whatever we are doing is a wrong thing, because they seem to see that we are fighting the government. We are not giving it a space and time to work and make changes that we are crying for. So I think with me, that's my main concern, and I believe going forward, we need to think of having the structure in place. If not leaders, at least representatives from different counties, from the grassroots level, have a program of civic education to the people, to the community, so that they get to know the real rot that is within the country and within the government, that we are fighting for change and fighting for a difference, so as to have the Kenya that we really want, as the people of Kenya, because this is our land, this is our nation, and we deserve the best. That's all what I had, and I appreciate for the opportunity to speak on the space.
Thanks, Mr. President. This is our land. This is our country, and we are the voice that is really trying to fight for the true change that we have always dreamt of having. And I believe very strongly. I think initially when we started, we had already addressed some of the issues that you've raised, which are very pertinent in terms of mobilization, having funds, using, making sure that we have people from across the country to do that. And I'm very sure Sonko will address that at some point. Wycliffe Shikuku, what do you have for us today? How do we do the Nane revolts? How do we make sure the movement is sustained? How do we mobilize everybody from across the globe to make sure that doesn't look like it's just it's not a Nairobi thing. It's everybody from the country and beyond. What are your thoughts? Wycliffe, can you hear me? Okay. Maybe I'm the one who cannot hear you. Can anybody hear Wycliffe submission? No.
No, we can't hear him.
Oh no.
Wycliffe, if you, I don't know. It looks like your mic is open, but I cannot hear you. So we probably have to recycle people and just bring in newer speakers. But let's go to the juice gems. Wycliffe, can you speak? Let me give you another chance before we can bring in someone else. And unfortunately, Wycliffe, we can't hear you. But if you drop, we'll get you right back in so that you can get your chance to speak. Juice gems.
Hello, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Something I want to talk about. And we will be holding the Nane. Okay, I'm from Nakuru, currently in Egerton. When we started the war, our main aim was just to win. But if you can just view what's happening right now, the enemy has just changed the ways. The enemy is the government, and what it has done, it has just changed the ways in which it was handling us before. According to me, in Nakuru, what the people, even if you can just view what the president is just doing, he has just brought in his previous friends who they just understand the government very well. And if we don't change our tactics, we're gonna lose this war. First of all, we need to start with the basic things. Basic things, we are losing on the basic things. First of it, if we look about the numbers, we don't have the numbers. And what we're gonna do, people can, when we don't have the numbers, the police is gonna overdo us every time, kill our friends. And if we continue like that, we are going to lose. So KOT, what we have to do, we must make sure we have the numbers. That's the first thing we must make sure. Let's make sure we mobilize every person from every county, not just Nairobi or these major cities like Nakuru. Let's go deep to those villages. And that's why we need to create some communities. I heard Shikuku talking about leaders. Let's not make anybody an official leader. Why? Because if you can see, if you view the previous or you have just read the articles, what these people do, if they identify your leader, they just make you fear using the leader. Maybe he or she may be abducted, killed, and in that way, you know the power of a leader. If your leader is done something that may make you fear, we're gonna lose this war. Because me, if my leader have been either abducted or just killed, I'll just fear. That's the normal human being. And then a normal human being is somebody that it is easier to convince if he may be given a warning or what. So what we do, let's create just communities, not leaders. Communities will mobilize people from the ground. Communities maybe of 5 people, yes, from each county, like that. But if we create one leader, we gonna not win this war. Let's create community from each county. Another thing, thanks to Mam Rahab, he has talked something that it have just really touched me. Convincing these people who are 50 years and above that we are really fighting for them. They see like we are causing chaos when they see us in streets, because the president have just used a method that they said goons in the street, making the strikes to making the protests to be viewed as we are thieves. And I am happy that I have just seen Madam Rahab has just understand that we are fighting for their rights and we are not goons, as the president is saying. You saw he went to Mombasa, he tries to criticize us, we just look like thieves. And you see how he has done. He's using the divide rule method. If you can just look at the enemy very well, he's using the divide rule method. That if he lose this side, he makes sure he win this side. By doing what? The people who have been brought to government, the likes of Joho, the likes of Oparanya, the likes of the minority speaker, those people, eish, if you view their previous histories, they are goons. And that's why the president now have just got the confidence of getting out. For the past month, the president was in the State House. Now he's in the ground because you have just brought in the goons to the government, and now you don't fear anymore. So KOT and GM, let's change our tactics right now. Because if we don't change our tactics, we are losing. The second thing is about the holding these spaces. If you hold these spaces, as Rahab has said, there's some consequences and dangerous ones. First of all, not everybody who is in this space is with us. Some of them are just rats who are here just to go and betray us. So if we create these communities from each counties, these people can be meeting secretly. And if you are rat and you are here, just hear this, you will not get us where we are going to be holding these spaces and where we're going to be holding these meetings. So if you hold these communities secretly, not here in space, because here in space we are just risking our lives and things, because some of us here have been recorded and been found in another ways and just been abducted, you miss, you are killed. So let's create the best way of doing this thing is creating communities from each county, and KOT make sure that happen. From each county, let's have a community of 5 people to make sure if we say we are doing this, we are doing things. The second thing, let's have a common goal. It's not funny that if we say we are going to parliament, some of us are in Kisumu, some of us are in Kiambu. There's no parliament in Kiambu. Parliament is Nairobi. So if we decide that people are going to parliament, let's all gather in Nairobi. To be clear enough, in Kenya, people are more than, we are like 7 times more than the police, even not 7, 10 times more than the police. If people come out, let me tell you, if you have a common goal each day, we are going to achieve everything that you want to achieve. For example, the day we went to parliament, it was not about that we had planned this. It's because we had the numbers. And the police, if you were on the ground, you saw the police were overpowered and they ran away and the people got in. And it's up to that, walitisha reinforcement. So if we get a common goal, let's note that today we have said we are going to parliament. Some of us are in Kisumu, some of us are in Kiambu, some of us. This guy is not he's a no-nonsense guy. If you know Ruto very well, he's a no-nonsense guy. If we joke with him, hey, he may dismantle all of us. And if we give him chance to relent at these mandamanos we are holding at date 8, 11th, if we give him a chance, ajicompile if ameleta some new faces to the government, we will face it. Kwanza sisi, like, we are mobilizing people here outside, we will face it. This guy sijui atatufanyia nini, he may do us harm. So it is up to now. If ni hiyo 8-8, let it make change. Let us make this guy know that he have done us enough. Let him know, tusimpe chance. Those people on the ground, this guy ameanza kutokea nje and start, you know very well he is a sweet talker. You know that. He's a very good sweet talker. He can convince people within minutes. So those people on the ground, let's stop this guy from getting out. If we hear he's coming somewhere, let's stop him. Let him stay in the State House for now. We are just trying to make changes. Let him stay in State House, because if we give him a chance to be out here, people will gonna turn against us, especially our moms, our dads, because these people will be convinced very soon. These people will be convinced that we are on a bad side, and you know very well we are fighting for them. But you know, our dads, they are people who have been brought to the Nyayo era, those people who fear the government, you know. But if we don't give this person a chance to be outside here, he may not change people. And by that, we will conduct a civic education to the people, to our moms and dad who are easier to convince. The good thing about our mom and dad, it's easier to convince them. So don't give Ruto a chance to convince them. It's us who are going to convince them. And when we do that, I'm very sure we're gonna win this war. Another thing, on these spaces and all these the Instagrams, the YouTubes, let's be together. Let's stay as a group. If on this space, first of all, we make sure that we are as a group. Let's follow each other, because a very small communication from maybe KOT, maybe JM, maybe the other, like the youth president and the alluters and those, let it reach so many people. We will achieve that by making sure that we follow each other in every account we have, to make our sound be heard, to reach those outside countries and the United Nations and whichever. In every post you make, promise me that you will be making sure that you tag those big organizations like the United Nations and that. And with that, I don't think we can lose this war. We are not here to lose. We started this war to win. We are not losing it. I promise you, if we do that, we are not losing it. And we started this war that we can win, and we are going to win. We are not giving up. Thank you, JM. Thank you, KOT, for holding this space, and the others, thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Very, very great points. Thanks, James. That's why we're here, to build the movement and to ensure that all of us are sharing ideas. And please don't forget, Nane Nane revolts. We are all getting together from every part of the country. Tonight or today, there has been a lot of great ideas on what we can do, change of strategy, ensuring that it doesn't look like it's a Nairobi thing, or it's something for the elite kids. It's for all of us, regardless of your social status and everything that we do. And that is why the conversation continues to evolve as we get more ideas. And thank you all for staying with this space today as we continue to share our thoughts and our ideas. Wycliffe, you're back.
I hope now you can hear me.
Now we can hear you. Thank you for coming back.
Thanks, man. My name is Shikuku Wycliffe. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm a politician, but a young politician. I vied for MCA in Trans Nzoia County, a place called Matisi Ward in Kitale. I wanted to just contribute on challenges that we are facing in this movement. I am happy the movement is ongoing, but at the same time, you also need to understand and try to do a research. What kind of, what is the something that is stopping us to achieve our goal? One of the things that is stopping us is a for me, I believe is a police force, and the second one is goons. So my thinking is, how do we come up with an idea or a strategy that either we can work with the police, which I know is very difficult, or we can even stop or minimize that force from the police. The second challenge that we are also facing is the goons. How do we handle the goons? How do we reduce the number of the goons? How do we manage them so that we'll be able now to go on with our movement? As a politician, I can tell you from my experience, what stopped me from getting to that position is goons. So how do we control these people? Because a politician is nobody, is a nobody without a goon, is a nobody without a police. Politicians, they usually get someone to use to fight their own.
Shkuku, hang on a second. Are you using like some kind of headphones or something like that? Because I think this is kind of
No,
rapping
I'm not.
against you.
I'm not using the headphones. I'm just
Okay.
using this. I'm using a laptop.
Okay. Yeah.
So
But
cool.
go ahead. We can hear you well, but I think there was some kind of
Okay. I'm in town.
glitch.
I'll just park somewhere. So
That's fine.
we need to understand challenge. One way, like my own way of strategy that I can use, or rather I've been trying to use, is identify a goon. Later on, after all these incidents, approach the person. Why were you doing this? Because these goons come from our family. These goons come from our village. These goons are our former schoolmates, our colleagues, not even colleagues. These are people that we know. These are people that know their relatives.
No. Before you go to the goons, I need something that you're proposing something about the police. Let's address the police first,
So
and then
the
we address
police.
the goons. Okay. So what's the strategy? Yeah, go ahead.
Strategy is more similar. Like for instance, we know these police get orders from the IG. We are dealing with the president at the moment, and this president get instruction from the IG get instruction from the police. We know this IG personally. There are people who know him personally. So why can't we have a movement that at later on, maybe when things are cooled down, why can't we approach these government officials and we tell them, listen, this is our issue. We are not fighting the government, we are not fighting the system, but this is the issue. But the person, as much as you're working under the order, you are part of the problem and you're making things becoming worse. For instance, you know where the IG stay, you know where they go to church. These people come from our church. You can't tell me I just sent someone to kill another person, and then on Sunday you're with the same person worshiping God. You see, and these people, we know them very well. So why can't we approach these people on individual capacity, and have this conversation with them? Because we know they get the OCS. Why can't we, prior to, like, we are going for Mandaman on 8th? I come from Trans Nzoia. I've mobilized people. Let's go see the OCS early enough. Let's have a cup of coffee. Why do you have to use this kind of force to destabilize people who have no problem with the system? We are only asking the government to do the right thing. So my strategy is, people like Boniface Mwangi, they have these people. Why can't they approach them individually prior to these dates, so that we can have, hata wakitumana, they will tell us, they will tell watu wao, handle these people with care. So police is part of the problem. Police are working with the politician. If you want to destroy a politician, you can take a second to destroy a politician. But for them, what they can do is to make a call to an OCS for protection. So we need to have a conversation with the police force to be part of this, as long as we abide with the law. So that's one of the things. So I also wanted to conclude something on the civic education. we also need to take personal responsibility in this movement. Like everyone needs to do the right thing. For instance, don't allow a politician to speak in a funeral and allow people to go home. Don't allow. If need be, speak after the politician, because whatever they speak, they're like the last people who can speak. Na watu wanaenda na hiyo narrative. So if you have a chance to have your mic in church, in funerals, whatever place, if you can, we can have a chance, because we need to come up with another movement, another disruption, like another another, like wale watu ambao those people who don't fear. We need a fighter, new fighters in this generation who can say politician cannot speak, and then now people go home believing what the politician said. We have a politician in Trans Nzoia, he comes, do shit, anapeana gas. Now once he speak, mic inazimwa, people go home, and you can't go uko mbele useme ati alifanya hii anafanyanga hii. No, because at the end of the yeye ndiye amemaliza kuongea, so people believe. So my point is, we should be able to come out without fear, with courage, to speak after politician. When he says something wrong, we say it's wrong. But then again, when you do that, there are people around him, and these people are still our friends. So we need to approach our parents, tuambie, mom, dad, this is what is going on. Stop going to politicians' meetings. That's what I did with my parents. I tell my parents, if you want that 500 shillings, call me. I'll give you the 500 shillings. My parents don't go to politicians' meetings. They don't. And the same thing that we need to talk to our parents. They are taking advantage of our parents. They're taking advantage of our brothers and sisters who are languishing in poverty in Mashambani. So we also need to support our own family. Our own family, so that they don't go kuchukua hii kidogo yenye politician wanapea. Sometimes they go listen. If these people anaongea vitu ya ujinga, they just walk out. They don't squarely depend on handout. So that's my point. So we need to take individual responsibility in terms of civic education. Speak to anyone who is close to you in the village. In the village, those goons, we need to have a conversation with them in an individual capacity, so that ile siku watataka kutumiwa hawatakuwa. Whatever we are doing in the next general election, the same people will fight us. The same goons will fight us. And this is what, as I conclude, the biggest problem we are having. I'm a millennial. A millennial, as long as he's close to a politician, he can do anything. You remember there was a time Halwale, a guy was like, no, you can't say that about Halwale. Wachaneni na Halwale. Wachaneni na Halwale. This guy is not even a relative to Halwale. He's fighting for Halwale. Somebody, Halwale ameweka watoto yake everywhere, doing well, where you are there fighting for Halwale. Because of you don't understand your relationship with the politician. You see, so we need to educate these people huku mashinani kabisa, so that they don't get aligned with a politician. They understand this person is my representative, and it ends there, nothing else. Hiyo ndio challenge yenye mimi naona we are facing in this movement. So with that, I would like to say thank you for that opportunity.
Wow, thanks, Wycliffe, for saying that. You know, I've been afraid of disclosing my age. Now, at some point, I may have to really tell people, because when I hear people saying I'm a Gen Z, I'm a millennial. Okay, let's go to Aluta. I'll disclose my age before the day ends. I've been around for a Okay. Aluta, do you wanna go? We can go to engineer, then Kenya, Cherry, Mercy's here, Don is here. So we probably have like only 5 remaining to add to the queue. So let's go to Aluta. Thanks, Wycliffe. That was good. That was good. That was really good. Aluta.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. We can hear you very well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Aluta, but that's not my real name. It's a pseudonym, just from Samora Machel, Aluta Continua. So this morning, I've been following this conversation. Though I have a lot of fatigue, I had a night shift. I'm a medic by profession.
Umenipigia leo?
But hello,
Oh, mbona ni kama umenipigia?
hello,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
we can hear you, but I don't know who else's mic is
Hapana,
open.
nimemiss of course.
Yes, I
Nilikuwa
can hear
kwa
some
Twitter.
noises in.
Okay, hang on a
I think
second.
the
Let me
youth,
see.
I think Pastor Jem, you can mute the youth president.
Okay, so I think we're good now. Lota, please. Sorry about that.
Okay. I'm very honored to be in this space. I can see that we have great people here, and I can see Wakili Okelo Esquire, Okemo, not Okelo. I can see Madam Stella, and everyone else who has spoken. All your sentiments are fantastic. Now, we're talking about Nanenane revolts. And the previous speaker has talked about the greatest challenge that we are facing. First of all, we need to understand that there is a backlash that we are expecting to face from the political elite. Now they're together. They have always been together. You will bear me witness, guys, that the system, the way it has been structured, is in such a way that we have a majority of people who are striving from the lowest stratum of the economy, who are striving or struggling or hustling to make ends meet. And these people are actually preyed upon by these politicians. They are not goons per se. They are just people who are just there. They are not. They don't have something that drives them from within them. Like the way that we are here, we have a zeitgeist. We have a spirit that is driving us. We believe that the conviction which we have for a better country is achievable. It is not something that we can sacrifice for, or we can trade for petty politics, tribal politics, or partisan politics. I belong to this party, I belong to this party. We know that we have a bigger purpose. We want to usher a new dispensation from the old one, the one which has held us down at the expense of too much. Our parents, I heard someone say that our parents have a problem because they grew up during the Nyayo era, where people were subjected to all manner of dictatorship and what have you. Guys, I have parents. I'm lucky to have both parents, and we have conversations once in a while. And well, our parents are just mine are in the rural area, and my parents are kind of, they're not the kind of people who are tribal. In fact, they're
Oh, did we lose Lota, or what happened?
You can hear me?
Okay, now I can. Sorry. I couldn't hear you for a second.
Oh, sorry about that. Now, guys, we need to break this impervious wall which has been there between us whom largely a bigger chunk of us who are leading from the front line of this movement. people who have transitioned from high school, from primary school to high school, and then from high school to tertiary institutions. That is one thing that we know for sure. That, and when you hear politicians telling our people, telling people out there that within these streets that, you know, these guys have been paid by organizations to come and ruin your businesses, they have actually, these are people who have mastered the tricks of division. They know that most of these people have, as I've said, they did not transit. These people who are in these Eastlands, mita tu hapa. These are the people who did not transition to most. Wengi ambao wako pale ni watu ambao wakuenda universities, ni watu ambao wamehustle, walimaliza primary school, mtu akaingia streets akaanza kuhustle, akajenga kabiashara kake. So these people are just the low hanging fruits for the politicians. Wao wanawafikia mbele, wanawapiga na propaganda. You know, these guys have been paid, they want to come and destroy your businesses, and that is what they hold. And then, you know, the media and the press, these are actually controlled by these billionaire politicians. Yeah, whatever they run there, actually right now we are better off because we have scholars there, we have people who have the same mindset as us, who are contributing positively from within that domain. But there are also challenges from within, and they know those who work in the media sector, they know this. You find that the media, mostly the vernacular media, which reaches majority of Kenyans, including those who are in huko kwa mitaa, you will find them listening to Inoro, Kameme, whatever. At least right now, things have been, and Ramogi and others. Right now, things have been different. Kitambo kidogo, they used to invite politicians to come there and vomit, gibberish, and giving them platforms to come and lie to our people, to our parents, to our dear parents and our dear brothers and sisters.
I don't know if you're done, if you got interrupted, because I can hear you again.
And then I think I will just have to drop and then.
No. You like everything was so clear, and then it kind of goes off like for like a flip second, and then.
Sorry.
But let me ask you a question here. Maybe
Yeah.
a quick one before I give someone else a chance. So
Yes,
then,
please.
do you think we need to take this movement into these airspaces and airwaves so that we are able to counter the negative narrative and then introduce the movement?
Yes, JM, we need to do that, and we need to use every avenue that we can. We have our courts, and that's why I singled out Wakili Okemo. He's here and he's listening. I have seen, and all of us, we know that the kind of fear that we have is because of getting out there and expressing ourselves. It's because the police will meet us with, uh, inhumane, all sort of brutality will be meted upon us, and we might even lose our lives. That is the fear that even our parents have every time. Just the other week, that was the last Thursday, not this Thursday, the last Thursday, I was in town, and I happened to meet with a lady around Hapo Kencom, and I was going to KMTC. I had some businesses there. The lady was going to sit in mortuary, and we had a conversation with her. When she heard me saying that I want to go to city mortuary, she approached me. She asked me, "Oh, you have a missing person?" I told her, "No, I'm not going to city per se. I'm going to KMTC, and then I might pass by city mortuary. I have a friend there." Now I listened to the lady as she poured out her soul and telling me how her nephew was brutalized and killed and booked in as a case of mob justice. Well, clearly it was police doing. It was, a death, a homicide perpetrated by the men in uniform. Clearly, guys, we need to focus our strengths where it matters most. We need to challenge the regime the way it has been by, first of all, addressing even the issues of police. How do we fix this police force? How do we ensure that it lives within the scope of Article 244 of the Constitution? Because the objects and functions of the police service are there. We need to ask ourselves, is the National Police Service Act fine by the way it is, the way it has been framed? Because even the curriculum through which the police forces, the police officers are trained through, these guys are trained in a manner that they are told that you don't have rights, you don't matter. The bosses can do anything that they would wish to do with you. And they are told that the public, the mob, is their enemy.
I think you got interrupted again. Okay, my friend, you got interrupted again. Okay.
Let
just,
me yield, and then maybe
yeah.
someone else can.
All right. I'll engage somebody. I'll probably there's one question I would have wanted you to respond to, but let me engage someone else for a second, because I think now we have another pile up of requests. I think it's engineer. Is it Kakuman Amos? There's something that keeps coming up. Do you think the movement can succeed through highlighting the actually challenges that the police are facing, especially the housing system and everything, so that it brings it closer to our movement for them to understand that we are fighting for them and not against them? So because I think that was being someone suggested that, and I thought that probably could be something we can start highlighting even to the within the movement, the platforms we have, but also in the international stage, so that they see that these police, they live in deplorable places, and they will understand that we are not their enemies. We are fighting for them. Engineer Cookers.
Thank you so very much. Yes, this is Kakuman. Exactly. You pronounce it very
Amos,
well.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh gosh, is it? Maybe it's my network. Can you guys hear Amos?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you very well.
No, nobody can hear Amos. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to. Amos, we can hear you. I cannot hear
No,
you.
we can hear him.
Oh, you can hear him. Okay, so then it's
Yeah,
my
we
network.
can. I can hear you very well.
Go ahead, Amos. I don't know what's wrong with my network then. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you so very much, Keuti and JM, for the great job you are doing. First of all, I want to thank every individual who is playing a part in this movement. So far, we are winning. I want first of all to confirm that I'm a millennial. who deals very much with older people. And I can confirm that not everybody, not every older person is against the movement. We have wooed so many people to our end, and you can confirm from the latest political divisions. The first thing that we should note is that we have numbers. And as a political scientist, I can tell you that numbers are very strong and scary to the political class. Second,
Hey guys, let me know if you can hear me, because I'm literally struggling with the with my internet. Anybody's okay? So in Kenya, you can hear me, because I probably removed Amos by mistake. So let's have someone else, and then when Amos comes back, he will make his submission. I apologize for that. So Kenya, can you go ahead, so I can, because I think I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Just give me 100 if you can hear me. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. First, I want to say, like, we're really making a progress. Kiangalia, whatever we're doing as Kenyans, we're making a progress. But the main issue that we're too tribalistic. It doesn't matter where you're Gen Z or whatever, millennial, we're too tribalistic. That is our main downfall. With the little appointment wamefanya sahi, you can actually see the division coming in. The movement has started to divide itself, right? We, as a people, we gotta be honest. We gotta be honest and talk about this tribalism, right? When your people are out of government, you anti-government. But when your people are in government, you pro-government. It cannot work like that. So if you voted in 2002 up to right now, you're almost 40 years old, right? So all the 22 years, all that is down the drain, right? We've not made a significant effort as a country. Why? Because when it comes to election time, it doesn't matter whether you're educated or you're the guy from Uko Mashinani or rural areas. We all go vote along our tribal lines. I personally think that's our main problem. I gotta be honest, guys. That's our main problem. And if we go up to 2027, if we want to make a change, a real change, we gotta clear out all them old guys, fresh, new blood from all the 6 elective posts, MCA to the president, if we really want to make a change. Because if we've been doing this, those old guys, we need them, but they'll be sitting on the bench. They're going to be watching from the bench. Lazima tuweke mikakati ya kubadilisha nchi. 20 years, from 02 to right now is almost 22 years. Imeenda hivyo. Hakuna significant change. I'm talking about significant change that we've made as a country. If you are a millennial, you are in there. Mwapiga vitu kikabila, right? It's not even, the politicians are not the problem. We gotta look at ourselves. Every 5 years, we are given CVs of all the selective posts. But what do we elect? Whom do we elect? And when will it stop? Right? We need to be serious as a people. Right? We gotta make sure, like, in every 10 or 15 years, we have to make a significant change in a country. Our grandfather cannot be having in a shithole country or third world country, then we're gonna die, right? Living behind a third world country. No, we have to make a change. These developed countries like in Dubai, wameji-organize. I personally believe we don't need any of those old guard, new guys. The parliament should be clean. We have to be serious of who tunachagua. We have to be serious. It doesn't matter whether uko Kisumu uko unaenda kusimama uko Nyandarua, and you have to pita. We have to put your mambo ukabila kando. We are not going anywhere kama tuyenye ukabila, right? Na somebody amesema ukiwa rural areas or whatever. No, listen. Ukienda kununua unga ya sima, pakiti ya sima, you gonna pay the same price. You gonna feel the same pinch. Huh? So whoever huyo mtu hajafika hajasoma huko in rural areas, he'll feel the pinch the same way you're feeling the pinch. Maybe his economic status itakuwa not the same as you, but he's still gonna feel the pinch. Guys, I believe this generation from millennial kwenda Gen Z kwenda juu, we are educated. Tumesoma vizuri, we understand these things. But we have to put the country forward. We have to make sure inchi imekuwa developed. Hizi kakuwa every time people are going to Saudi and all this Middle East, Europe and America. When will you make our Kenya and America? Right? Right now, those Chinese, Japanese, those guys are busy with science, making bombs, making computers, making phones. But what we busy doing what? Man, Mungu hakutengeneza wazungu and all those guys asubuhi and then he neglected us. It's just us. That I don't know, the guy from I think is Traore, whatever his name, from West Africa, right? I think he's 35, 36. Ameona. I say no, he's tired. He's kicked those guys. He wants to make Burkina Faso, I think it's Burkina Faso, whatever, right? That's the level of seriousness. We as a people, we need to be serious. Mimi, I'm the ruthless. I don't buy anything. We don't need wakina Raila, wakina Ruto. Fagia yote. Those guys have been, they have failed kabisa. Right? Only thing we're getting, hao ni kujitajirisha na beneficiaries. Upatiwe minister, sijui upatiwe nini na nini. How do you know? Huh? Wewe unapiga kura, unapanga line, you don't even get anything. If Raila becomes a president or whatever becomes a president, right? Only, if you are a Luo, only 100,000 Luo might benefit. The rest, let's say the rest won't benefit. We have to be serious. Kwani, what are these Wazungus doing? Huh? What are these Arab countries doing ambao wakina Dubai and Saudi? Huh? We have to make Kenya a better place. Right? And we have to make, like right now, we need to make sure, as we are fighting Ruto right now, sisi kama watu ambao Gen Z and millennials and whoever wants to change Kenya, we have to be real with ourselves. Tunachagua mtu based on seriousness akonayo na inchi kumove forward. Right? Mkambo kisimama huko Kisumu, unapita. Because you want to change Kenya. Right? Hii mambo ukabila itatumaliza. Ati sasa unaangalia some guys have been appointed in the position, Luos, and you see what happened in Mombasa huko, anaenda wanapatiwa. Hiyo ni mambo gani sasa? Mnataka kubadilisha Kenya mambo gani? Na let's be honest, some of us Gen Z na millennials, we are tribal, we are too tribal. Lazima tuambiane ukweli, mficha uchi yazai, lazima tuambie ukweli. Hii mambo ukabila, tusipige siasa hapa kwa X, and then when it comes to like voting or making a change, it doesn't matter kama huyu jamaa Citizen KTN anamwonyesha is polling 1%. Let us stick on the right thing. Tuambiane ukweli, let us stick on that one thing. Say some other guys wanasema, oh, I did a mistake, I voted for this guy. No, you didn't do a mistake, you knew what was doing. Ulipatiwa CV. These guys, we have their track record from Mbunge, women rep, MCA, tuko na track, but tunachagua leaders wabaya. Umepatiwa hizo KCPE, KCSE, ABCD. ABCD, you choose the right answer is A. You ignore the other three answers because they were wrong. Right? It's the same thing when you're going to kupiga kura tunapatiwa each candidate tunaambiwa tuchague the right candidate but what do we do mazee Kenya lazima we gotta move this country to where that there's no brain drain. We want to take pride in our country. Unasikia watu wanasafiri, we're going to somewhere, wanaenda. Those stories are so painful. So mimi, I'll advise, my thing is like, we need to make sure that hii cancer ya ukabila, because the problem is ukabila. Tusidanganyane ati sijui na nini. Especially in those major cities, hizo kama Nairobi, Mombasa, huko Kisumu, huko cosmopolitan. Mtu akisimama, somebody who has a vision, he'll get to what? To 400 votes. Ukabila imetushika na hizo partism, na wave. It is ODM wave, it is PNU wave, it is UDA wave. What is that? And hizo cosmopolitan towns, they should be leading by electing people who are development minded. But they don't do that. Wanaenda na wave. Ikifika, when it reaches a time that people will vote mature leaders, regardless of the party, Kenya will move forward. But hii siasa nyingine tunapiga, we gotta put also a test, mtihani. Like right now, mimi, with president appointing opposition, it is a blessing, right? Why am I saying it is a blessing? Kwa sababu inaonyesha very well that Kenyans are by themselves. You cannot bank on opposition. You cannot bank on the government. So what do we need to do? We need to start vetting ourselves, preparing for the next election, kama itafika. Or not, we have to vet ourselves, right? To make sure, okay, where do you stand, right? And we don't look at you at Kabila. Now, whoever is vetted, we need to put him somewhere like, kama we ni Msomali unaenda unasimama like Muranga huko. Now we want to see if people from Muranga can elect that guy who is vetted. We have to vet ourselves. And people have to be serious. We have to be serious, like ile seriousness. Hii nyingine ni mzaa tu. Hii ni mchezo, ati sijui tunapiga kelele hapa. No. Mtu usisingizie people huko makinani kwa sababu hawana kisomo. Sisi pia.
Right. On that, as you land, I just want to have a very quick, maybe 30 seconds engagement with you. So the question is, with the movement that we have now, that we are talking about, tribeless, do you think the current movement is succeeding in trying to change the narrative of tribal politics in any way?
It's succeeding online, but what we need to see is action. We need to see us as a people. If we make sure this thing is tribeless, is it really portraying when it comes to appointment time, when it comes to making this decision? That is where the main core of the issue lies. Take, for example, when they appointed the opposition, you can see some divisions, right? What does that mean? And yet again, before that, they were here saying, Ruto must go. When their guys or when their people have been appointed, they shift on the other side, right? What does that show? We and people, okay, some of us are serious. I'm not saying like not all of us, but that actually is the test of this movement. But it is also good because we need to learn from the appointment of that the guy has done. We have to be serious on whoever. So if we are in this movement, we have to be, hata kama ni 10 people, we have to be serious. We have to change this country.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you.
No. Great submission. Appreciate you. We all appreciate you. Amos, if you can go. Sorry, we lost you earlier. Amos.
Thank you so much, JM. I can now get you clearly. I want to thank you for the good job. Muso the Mchanga account. This gives us a chance at least to take this movement to another level. First of all, I want to inform each and every person here that we are winning. The reason why I'm saying we are winning, you can see the other camp is in fear. Secondly, the other camp is divided. And once the other camp is in fear and divided, then we are conquering. Why am I saying the other camp is in fear? I told you I'm a political scientist, though I'm a software engineer by profession, but in a country where I schooled political science is compulsory. So I also learned some politics, and I can tell you, once you see the enemy in fear and divided, you should not give up or maybe change what you are doing. First of all, the enemy is in fear to a level that he has decided to reinforce his team by trying to bring what he calls a broad-based whatever. Secondly, he has also pulled the military out of the barracks. Once you see the military out of the barracks and you see the political class trying to unite, it means the Ruto regime is in fear of going down. And by bringing the four individuals on board, politically speaking, I can tell you it has divided the political class. What are they now trying to do? Number one, they are trying to divide our movement. Secondly, they are trying to sell fear to us through goons, through military, through whatever they are doing. Thirdly, the political class is trying to unite in their old fashion of tribal lines and regional alignments. Lastly, they are testing waters by trying to go out and see if what they have done is bearing fruits. How can we counter whatever they are doing? First of all, let me go to your last question that you did ask Kenya. You did ask him if our movement is succeeding in terms of killing tribal politics. 100% I can tell you it has killed tribal politics in Kenya. As we are here on X right now, I'm not looking at whose name is who or who comes from what region. So long as I identify myself as a Kenyan or anybody who can unite to change this country, I'm accepted. Secondly, once you see the two mega tribes that had called themselves the shareholders trying now to bring other people on board, calling it broad-based whatever, it means that the movement has now gained in terms of killing the tribal lines that were now ruling in our political circles, and the system is changing. We have succeeded tremendously. Now, what should we do to counter what the enemy is doing? Number one, I said the enemy is trying to divide us. What should we do? We should now counter it by uniting more than we used to do previously. How can we be stronger than we used to be when we started this movement? Number one, on unity, we are techno-savvy. The other camp has no idea. It will still go with the old school ways of going to getting into political rallies and maybe moving from place to place. Let's have a united front in terms of social media, if it is X, if it is TikTok, on whatever platform you are in. Let's sue our brothers and sisters into one political front, a movement that is strong. How can we do that? Somebody raised a very good idea of decentralizing this movement. Let's not decentralize in terms of maybe our movement, in terms of maybe our attack or targets, but let's decentralize in terms of knowing each other and now taking it down to mashinani. We can do that by either maybe creating small WhatsApp group. I remember the days when we used to campaign for Ruto. He formed so many WhatsApp groups that we used to share ideas in. And the good thing with WhatsApp is that it cannot be infiltrated like X or these other things. It is encrypted to all the ends, so nobody can get whatever you are doing. Let's form these WhatsApp groups maybe in every constituency or every ward, and get into it so that we can have serious meetings and plans. Now, like for the Nane, if we had such a decentralized grouping, we would now just be knowing who is where and how can we reach each other to make sure that Nane is successful. Once we are united and making sure that we use our technological ability to bring down this government, to make sure that our issues can be bought by each and every age group, then we shall succeed. Secondly, the enemy is selling fear. How can we counter the issue of fear? So far, you can see the numbers dwindling. You can see each time, every now and then, whenever we go to the street, the numbers are reducing. How can we reduce the fear so that this movement can continue being courageous, strong as it was? In the groups that we are going to form and in the ideas that we are raising, let's make sure we woo the police and the older generations into this movement. We have the numbers that the political class is fearing. You know, there is nothing scary to a politician like a movement that has so many people like the GENZs and the millennial and these other age groups that are supporting us. Let's make sure that we woo the police by bringing them on board through whipping their emotions. You know very well that the police in this country are not well paid. The police in this country are not well housed. The police in this country are not well taken care of. If we can form agendas that also include the police issues and encourage the police also to understand what we are doing, like we did in the first days of this movement, we had brought so many people on board that it scared the political class. I can tell you for sure that the police are not that much learned, and that does not mean that they are not intelligent. These people, once we bring them on board through advocating for their issues as well, they will also join us, and they can even down their tools. You remember there was one police officer, I remember he was was it Committee Prison or something? He used to protest with us. That is just an indication that these people also have issues to raise. If we can raise their issues as well, they will join us. How will we kill the fear? among us. Let's educate each and every member of this movement of their rights, of what they are supposed to do and what they are not supposed to do whenever we go out. Once somebody has known the power that he has, the knowledge that the individual acquires concerning his rights and what he's supposed to do or not, this person will not fear anything. And for sure, I can tell you, we are not fearing anything. If there is anybody who is trying to think that we are fearing anybody, we are not going to fear. We are even ready, as we speak, to lose our life for the betterment of this nation. But we don't want to lose more people. So what should we do next? So that we don't continue losing people, but we make sure that this movement is going places. I had talked of the political class trying to unite. I want us to counter what they're trying to do. You can see very well that once the political class is united, we are going to lose some numbers. There are those individuals who will follow their own. But not everybody will follow their own. You listen to James Orengo, you listened to Wajakoya, you've listened to several politicians, including Babu Owino. They are against what Baba did. I can just call it as it is, what Baba did, because when I listened to what Kaluma was saying in Parliament, Kaluma did put it clearly that Baba, tomorrow make sure you forward those names to Ruto. And he did, because the following day Ruto came out and read the names. So how can we counter the unity of the political class? Number one, the Salimia method was very powerful. If we could have continued silencing these politicians in every platform they're using, even if you are only the one person heckling a politician, do it. Because once he is heckled, I'm telling you, the fear that he will have to do it elsewhere will now give us power to control what they say. Once we do the Salimia thing and the silencing, not giving them microphones in churches, in funerals, or wherever we meet them, it will kill what they're trying to do by testing waters. I saw yesterday when Ruto went to Kilifi, he was heckled by a few individuals. I'm telling you, he knows very well, and that is why he tried trying to sell Aisha Juma. That's why he talked of, I will bring Aisha Juma on board. I will not leave her. Just because of the few individuals who heckled him. Once we also sell the idea of retirement, age factor in politics, and the corruption, mega corruption scandals that the politicians who are trying to unite have so far cost this country, I'm telling you, we are going to woo so many people on our side. What I said earlier on, I told you that
maybe in 30 seconds, as you wrap up.
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Now, as I conclude, I had mentioned earlier on that with the millennials and the GENZs, we have numbers. Let's maintain numbers and increase numbers. Secondly, let's use technology. The technology we have can bring down this system very fast. As a software engineer, I can tell you that if each and every individual in this movement used his own profession like we did in the first days, we are going to win. Let's bring down their systems. If it is maybe creating things that will bring down their systems just for days, it is just a matter of sabotaging what they are doing. Once we do that, apart from just going to the street, we can bring this system down by use of our technology and our numbers. I want to thank each and every person who is trying to do anything for this movement. I encourage you not to give up. I encourage you to make sure that you recruit more, give more information to others, so that we can maintain the base that we had as a group. And I know that we'll succeed. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, engineer. That was really, really powerful. Great points, excellent summation. We do appreciate. Probably gonna give to Mercy, and then maybe after that, Sonko can take over, because at 3 a.m. I've started dozing. So Mercy, if you can go, and then who have obviously Cherry, Pius, and Esther going, and then we can move to the other speakers. Mercy, please.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Just some heads up. I'm kind of in a noisy place, so you'll hear some background noises. So I apologize in advance. Okay, to begin with, I'm looking at in terms of the constitution, that the Kenya Constitution, and so far I'm seeing everything that is in the constitution. The clauses that I've read so far, they're in favor of Kenyans. In terms of, you can see like the cabinet that they have appointed. We have people that have gone to court, petitioning the same, and having they appointed before even they have been interviewed. They've been I don't know, in parliament. They've gone through the process in parliament. The people already in court are trying to object the nominations. So whatever we are doing, we have to do it according to the constitution. Constitution allows us to go out there and protest, of which you can see the police, they're trying to brutalize us not to do that. And that is part of our constitutional right to go on the street, to have the right to protest. So far, we have seen the president, he's trying to go against the constitution, the same constitution that he held and promised Kenyans that he'll protect. He's going against everything that is in that constitution. We've also seen that some people have also gone to the court to have the president out of the office on the basis of his violating the constitution. As Kenyans, I would like to urge everyone that mostly those ones in Nairobi, or if you also find your time in Nairobi, if during the hearing of those petitions, if you can also be there outside the court to show solidarity, like, yes, we are pro the constitution, and no, we are not allowing people to violate the constitution, because you've given them power to serve us, and they're using the same power to violate this constitution. If we can be there, if we can get the dates of the hearing, so that we can also avail ourselves outside the parliament, outside the court, sorry, and try to show solidarity, like we the people, we are in solidarity of having these people out of office, because they're violating the constitution, the same constitution that they promised to protect. Another issue is the civic education. Okay, as much as you're in the spaces, I'll also like to urge, if let's say you're in your up countries, try and sit down with also your peers, and as you're listening to these spaces, also have them listen to them, so that they can also be enlightened in terms of most of them. You can see Ruto when he's trying to convince people that the movement is for the destruction of the country. He goes to mashinani, those rural places where they're not quite enlightened. So with us, when you're going home, you're going back to your rural areas, try and sit down with your peers, try and educate them. Your parents, when you sit down with them, most of them, they feel we are also against the government, of which that is not the case. We are pro the constitution. We want system that works. That's why we're on the streets. So also our parents try and educate them of their rights. And also I've had people mentioning the police. They are facing some challenges, of which I've realized most of them don't really know. They're supposed to maintain law and order, but they don't really know what they're supposed to do. They have been hired through the back doors. So they've gone through that system of they've seen how you can conduct extortions from citizens using the power of you have the uniform. They've seen how you can do illegal things, but they don't really know what's right. They've been there for long. They've seen this system going downhill, so they take it as a norm to them. So as you're also going to do this civic education, also when you have friends who are police officers, try and talk to them, try and also get them to know their rights, what's wrong and what's not, what's right and what's wrong, so that they can also, when they're having this, they're having instructions from their bosses, they can easily gauge if it's the right thing to do or not. Most of them ni kama wamebebewa akili or something, so they're also doing what's, they're just following orders. And then there was some mentioning of maybe having leaders in the movement, people who will also have to table our interests to maybe the president. Personally, I think that is a wrong move. Because one, we have power in the leaderless motion that you're trying to push across, sorry. When you're on the street, you're there as a person, you feel that pain that you're going through in your home. Like shida zako za nyumbani ndo zinakuweka hapo kwa street. Personally, nilienda kwa a government hospital. The very first protest that I participated, I was in a lot of pain and I went to a government hospital. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, I have NHIF, I can use NHIF to get treated. So I went there and they told me, currently we're not accepting NHIF here, and it's a government hospital, it's a public hospital. Now they're telling me they're not accepting NHIF. What I can do, I should pay cash. Now I had my ATM card, so I thought, let me go and withdraw and pay. I didn't have my phone at that time. Let me go and withdraw and pay. And I was told, no, it's if I have to make payment, I have to make payment using M-Pesa. So I went back, I went home having the same pain, not treated. On my way, I had to stop because I saw people wanaandamana and all that. So I had to stop and join them. I had to distract myself so that I don't feel that pain. So we want system that work. Like we are on the street because of hizo shida zenye tunapitia as Kenyans. We're not on the street because of maybe Osama has told us to go, maybe Hanifa has told us to go. No, we're on the street because we feel that pain. Like personally, when you're in your house, una feel no, hii nyumba haikaliki. Like I have this 100 bob, nafaa niende nilipie fare, nifanye nini, ninunue chakula, vitu zimepanda, everything ziko uko juu. I think the people that we've elected that are supposed to protect us Kenyans, hao ndo wakifika huko wanaongeza mishahara zao, they're trying to demean us, ile tukwe beggars, ndo wakikuja when they're trying to sell their impunity, we support them because wanatupatia 100 bob, wanatupatia 50 bob, tunaona okay, he's our Jesus, ametusave. But in real sense, wanatukanyaga, wanatunyanyasa, ndo we become hopeless. Wakikuja wakianza kutuambia wanaturushia 20 bob, and so that tunafurahia, tunaona ni kama wanatutetea. So pia hiyo civic education, we need people to know our rights. Hiyo mambo na kwa leaderless, watu watanunuliwa, watu watakuwa intimidated, au wenye mtakuwa mmechagua leaders, they'll be threatened to submit. You've seen Raila, when you're engaging an evil person, when you're trying to fight evil, you try as much as possible, not that your evil is consume. Raila amepigania evil, amepigania hii impunity in the government for so long. At some point ni kama anaona haoni mwangaza. So his only hope ni join that evil. Maybe anafikiria akiwa hapo ndani, he'll try and work the system akiwa hapo ndani. But that is not the case. We stand with the constitution. The constitution serves the people of Kenya. Tunaenda kotini, hata hao judges waende walipo wahonge, but tumewa implement pia hapo. How tumewa drag wasije wakasema we didn't do what was right, we didn't follow the right channels, we did. But we did not stand with the people of Kenya. We implicate pia hao tukienda kwa koti, wakienda wakilipwa, wafanye rulings that are not just, tumewa implicate. Wapia wameingia kwa the books, history will judge them. We do everything as per the constitution. The constitution allows us to go out there and demonstrate. The police are supposed to protect us, but wameingia into their offices, they don't even know what's wrong and what's right, or wanna follow to the hizo impunity, hizo mashida za hizo mauongo zenye wanapewa na their bosses. They can't even reason on their own. And we're also fighting for them. Hiyo pesa yenye wameongezwa sijui 1,000 and sijui what. Utaenda ukaina 1,000 ufanyie nini? Utanunua unga, ununue this, ununue that. Within a day imeisha. Like, we need them to be paid well. We need them to afford the kind of lifestyle that the people that they're protecting are also having that kind of lifestyle. Uko hapo kama bodyguard wa huyu mtu anakupatia hizo mabakishishi, which is so wrong. You need to live, unaka, like when serving someone, unamserve na hiyo raha yote, because you're also benefiting, familia yako pia imekaa poa. As much as you're also fighting, as much as the police are fighting us, we are also fighting for their rights. We want them to live well, to have good houses, watoto wao waishi maisha mazuri, wache kunyanyaswa ndo wanaona ni kama wakipewa 100, 200, wakiongezwa salary 1,000 wanaona ni kama Mungu wao amewaonekania. That's all for now. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mercy, for that submission. Very, very great sentiments there. Appreciate it. Let's go to, I believe, Sorrow, then Esther, and then Lady Justice. And then Sonko, you let me know what happens next. As you continue following the conversation, please remember that there is mwezi wa nane tarehe nane revolts and mobilizing everybody from across the country and even beyond to be part of the movement and to join. But also look at the Mchanga handled over there to contribute in support of the movement. So be part of it. Let's all join in. God bless. So, Pius.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Osauro. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Now, this morning, since morning, are supposed to be from Kenyans who have not lost hope. System really has been shaken a lot. If you look at what's happening around now for a whole month without moving out. At least he has not moved out in broad daylight. Maybe if he moves out, maybe in the darkness, we don't know. Now, you see him today, he's moving around the country on top of his vehicles, as if it is campaign time. As we speak, he's in the coast, traversing those areas. And if you listen to what he's saying, he's actually trying to ride on the decision that he made to invite the opposition figures into his government. These opposition figures are those people who are very critical of his leadership, right from Uhuru Ruto regime up to now. And these are people who are known to command masses. So these are the people that he has invited into his government. That means he knew that he's actually short of numbers, and he needed to increase his numbers. So the numbers that he expects to get will come from these opposition figures. One of them, Coast, and also Paranya from the Western region, and also the others from here. And that is politics, and therefore there is nothing that he has solved. Therefore, at that particular juncture, then we should realize that we have not achieved the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal was to have a country which is well led, a country which can offer opportunities to all, irrespective of gender, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of the clan, and so on. A country which focuses on development of the people, like we saw during Kibaki's regime, whereby immediately he took over from Moi, who had run down the economy. He formed, he brought together a group of technocrats and he called it economic recovery. To where it's supposed to be. And indeed, they really achieved a lot. The economy gained a lot. Kibaki never went for taken up his role in this government. And then we ask ourselves, what is the role of Raila? As we have looked at Raila, if you look at Raila critically in his past, from the time of Moi, you tend to get things which are very common. You realize that Raila comes in to save or to salvage a regime that is unpopular, a regime that is almost falling. That is the critical time that Raila comes in. You saw it, he did the same, he did that when he saved Moi, where he merged his party with KANU. At that time, the opposition had actually united against Moi, but he left the opposition and joined Moi, and Raila, instead of maintaining the stand of the people to ensure that Kibaki lives, he again joined hands to save Kibaki. You come to Uhuru, he did the same around 2018. He saved Uhuru, who was really badly hurt and wounded. He saved him, and Uhuru was able to complete his term. He is now here again to save Ruto, who was almost going down. And he is actually working so hard to ensure that he saves him. So that is the role of Raila in this Kenyan politics, and he gains a lot from it. So you can see Ruto has taken up this man, and he's assisting him. So what do we do now in this case as the people who are suffering, people who have been taxed to the core, people who have their businesses are once they graduate from university, they cannot be sure of getting jobs. There are no jobs. And even the private sector, which was offering them jobs, he makes policies that ensures that the businesses cannot run. Those people in jobs cannot earn anything useful that can help them save. He takes everything from their salaries. So in this case, what do we do? This is the time that we are supposed to be united
Yeah, personally, I can hear you.
Okay, maybe I can go with my points. I've just written them down. So I'm just going to read them, and one should be keen not to judge from the first points, but to judge until the end. I would say that the first win that we did as a country, I'm talking from since we voted for Ruto, it was that we chose to vote for Ruto as the president. The second win is that we did not choose Raila as the president. The third win is that we dropped the finance bill. The fourth win is that we have managed to be listened. It might not look a small listening, but it is a win. The fifth win is that they think the movement is funded, but it is from an individual determination that maybe I do not want leaders who are never accountable for their assignments. I would say I managed to be part of election journey, the last IBC election. And what I can say, election is done, but the number of people who work do not, they're never placed to their maybe area of voting. What does that imply to our country or to our nation? The numbers who are maybe clerks, POs, maybe DPOs, and maybe ROs, maybe DROs, and anyone who is chosen for that journey, do not vote. Why don't they vote? This is because they are placed into maybe far away areas where they do not maybe register themselves for voting. Being leaderless, as a movement is called, begins with oneself. And I would say, can anyone stand on what you believe in? Then you have it. Since we gave a chance to Ruto to serve and has decided not to serve. So we have the right to remove him. All right. When someone says something that is not correct about an individual, it's just a sign of projecting what either one is wanting to do, or it's just a sign that has fear of the same. So I would say this is like what Ruto is saying, like our movement is paid, or maybe like he's saying there's no one who was killed. I mean, I know you said very few were killed, but that should not be the statement. It means he himself is a killer. And that's the reason as to why he can stand and say, maybe was the child alive? I mean, this shows that we are fearless and we have won. And this is something to be proud. I mean, one said to be grateful for a small win, because a small win is the one that leads to a big win. So we should not slap ourselves and say we did not win, or maybe it was in vain. I mean, we need to celebrate the small win that we have, because we have a greater mission for being a great, to have a great win. All right, let me continue with what I was reading. As I always say, to be an ambassador is something to be noted. Like, you do not know who is, like, do you know who is an ambassador? That's a question to everyone. Can we understand who is an ambassador? I know all of us have been to school, but do we really understand who is an ambassador? Because you die or live for that cause. It is a choice and has consequences. This is a book that we have written and which is being continued to be written. I feel we are all from different professions. And what do I mean by this? A lawyer of Gen Z need to be a lawyer in this movement. A doctor of Gen Z need to be a doctor in this movement. An engineer of Gen Z needs to be an engineer in this movement, and so on and so forth. All right, I'm ending my write-up. I know it might sound like it's an abuse, but allow me to use what I've written. We have babies in this movement. Babies are imitators in their growth. Can we be parents to the babies so that they grow very fast? This is because they can see us stand on ground and stand as ambassadors of Ruto must go. I mean, we have a week to go. Can we grow the babies and become parents like us? That's for Nane Nane revolts. Parents in the revolution are fearless and ready to die or live for the generation to come. Generation which is corrupt, free, and anything bad for our country. A winner is the one who stands until the race is over. Can we stand until the race is over? Maybe that's food for thought. Then, if you can, we are ready for the journey. Thank you so much. That's my few of my write-up that I had.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther, for sharing with us. I have been asleep and you're now Muka. Anyway, hope you guys are good. And Esther, welcome as the co-host. I just shared the invite with you. So immediately, the next speaker who I'm going to give and finishes, then you just come in as the co-host. Tribeless, I hope you are there.
Yeah, I'm here. Can I go on the mic?
Yeah, sure. Just go. Then immediately you finish your 3 minutes, hand over to Esther.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been here the whole night, the whole day. We bathe here, we take breakfast here, we are here because we want change. So now we are focusing mainly on the strategies and more specifically on how we're gonna lay ground for Nane Nane. But before that, allow me to also introduce this bit of it. These people, I said this yesterday, that everything in this country, everything, every law, every decision comes from the people. And the people, this decision comes in this way. Our representatives, who are our members of parliament, they definitely, they are the ones who make decisions on our behalf in parliament. And that's why we invaded parliament. So what does that tell you as youth and as Gen Zs? That we have to now focus on that parliament. We don't need, somebody said that, do we need qualifications to be a member of parliament? No, we don't need. We have the numbers. You can vie with any qualification that you have. The moment umezaliwa na umefika miaka 18 uko na kitambulisho, you can vie as a member of parliament. And because the High Court removed those restrictions, declared them illegal, restrictions of degree and blah, blah, blah. Why am I saying this? Because we have to be at the decision-making table. It is not, time has passed when we used to say that I don't want to get involved in politics, because you have come to realize that politics literally run every aspect of life. Politics run health, politics run food production, politics runs security, politics run job opportunities, politics run who gets a job, politics run who gets appointed to these big positions in parastatals and in institutions of higher learning. So we can't assume it anymore. So for the long run, we have to ensure that we get our IDs and we become voters. But for the short run, this is what I think. And I brought this idea severally, and I said I will champion it. I have a different idea that, yes, we are leaderless, we are tribeless, and we are partyless. But have you ever asked yourself that Ruto went akatafuta Raila? That was the last decision that we thought he could do. That was the last decision he swore in churches that he never do. He will, in fact, he was saying the handshake was a charade, which brought this country a big shame. But look at him. He went and looked for it. And somehow that has helped him, has added him more power. And he is now moving around on top of vehicles. So what can we do? We also need to adopt new strategy to tackle it. And what is the strategy? I think, according to me, I think that at this particular point, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot bury our heads in the sand and we say we are, we say we can't have organizers. Let us not have leaders. That I agree 100%. But let us have our organizers. Our organizers are people who are just our fellow comrades who we can say, well, on 8th of August, tunaenda pale Uhuru Park. We need a public address system. We need a dais. Esther, ama KOT, ama yo, ama nani. Wewe unatuorganizia hiyo, hii ndio mchango tunachanga, unatuorganizia hiyo. That is not a leader. That's one of us helping us so that tukienda pale watu milioni 15, siwezi ongea na mdomo na mtu wako kule nyuma nisikize. We lack meaning. We lack agenda. This is the kind of, we need organizers so that when we have a rally, for example, because at this particular point, we need to tackle this man politically as well. Akienda pale Homa Bay kwa kina Mbadi pale kwetu, sisi tuko Uhuru Park, watu milioni 5. Akikanyaga pale Lamu, tuko Mombasa. Tunasema sasa GENZ, leo our rally is in Mombasa. Akienda pale Busia, tuko na yeye Bungoma. That's how I think, let us take this thing to another level. Let us adopt new ways. And to adopt new ways is, let us have organizers, not leaders, because leaders, we obviously know the consequences. But let us have our organizers so that going forward, we know that the way Anifa is doing it, for example, Anifa is not our leader, but look, tumechanga pesa kwake, ameweza kulipia bills, wengine bado ana verify wenye waliumia, she's not our leader. Unaona, that is the kind of arrangement we should have, where no one goes to K24 or Citizen TV or NTV, ama naita press conference and say I'm speaking on behalf of GENZs. No, that we don't want. We just want
0 seconds.
Yes, 1 second. We just want organizers amongst ourselves who can help us. So ndio hata kama ni KOT, hata akishikwa bado tunaweza endelea kwa arrange rally. Wewe Esther, leo ukishikwa wameona ni wewe, kesho ni organizers a new set. Mpaka watushike wote, mpaka tujae hiyo jail, mpaka hata wao wenyewe wakimbie. Thank you.
Asante sana Tribeless. That was very great. Let's have Bella. Bella, are you in? Bella?
Hey, niko a bit elder. Someone else can speak.
Okay. Simba, are you in? Simba, are you in? Simba?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, good
Lady.
morning. Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, go ahead, Simba.
Yeah, so sorry, I took a nap. It's been different time zones. So anyways, but I will let another person take the mic and then probably I contribute later.
Okay, that's okay. Lady, are you in? Lady, are you in? Okay, let's have Farah. Farah is ready. Go ahead, Farah. Farah, are you nearing your speaker? Because I feel you're not audible, Farah. All right, let's have Farah, are you in? Okay, let me see who is next. Hashim. Hashim, are you in? All right, let me drop the speakers because maybe they might have taken a nap, and then I'll bring others on board. Just give me a minute and then I'll bring others on board. A minute. Okay, Pius, are you in? Pius? Pius, are you in?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Now I had actually spoken earlier, but I was cut short.
Yeah, that I know.
Yes. So let me just complete what I was saying. I was actually saying that what are we supposed to do now that we seem to be having a government which is not intending to solve our problem. Instead, what they want to do is to escalate them. They escalate them by bringing in now even those whom we thought were on our side, like the opposition. Now, we should first of all identify who are our enemies. Definitely, all of us agree that Ruto's government or regime is not working for us. It's not working for us because if it was working for us, the kind of noise that we have made here for the last 1 month, if their agents could have sat somewhere, even without being identifying themselves, and they take notes, the ideas that we have been giving here for the last 1 month are enough to make a government that is pro-people. But now, instead, what they do, they come here to, to do other sinister things. They come here and now, instead of solving the issues that we have raised, they poach the opposition to come to their side so that they can have even more numbers for our cause, but to destroy us. So in this case, we should be able to identify our enemy. This regime is not working for us. We are not their bosses because we as the bosses have told them what we need done, we need them do. But they have decided not to do it. What they are doing is something different. Who is their real bosses? Their real bosses could be somebody outside this country, and we should be able to identify them. And so that we can also now, going forward, we should also focus on these bosses, their new bosses that they have. Number two, we should now re-strategize. We, as the people are still remaining, we have people who are learned here. we have doctors, we have teachers, we have even the police, we have businessmen and women, we have several other people. These people, they have something that they feel is not being done properly. And that's why last time you could see we were united, all these people were there. Even when our people were being hurt in the roads or in the streets, they were there to treat them. We had lawyers who were going and offering pro bono services to those people who were just being taken to court over lambda cases. So if we can reunite once more, so that we identify the issues the doctors have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the teachers have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the businessmen and women have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the lawyers have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the police have, they become our issues. And all these other people in the society, I'm very sure they are here, they are with us. So once we do that, we start now tackling them. We have people across board that can identify to our cause. Because where I am, some people ask, why are these people going to the streets? Why are they going to the streets? A number of people do not see, they cannot identify, themselves with what is going on in the streets. So that when we are trying to solve a problem, that problem touches a number of people within the society. If we want to say now the issues the medical doctors have are our issues, we say today we want these issues sorted once and for all. Then the medical doctors and all those other people will come and join us, and we sort out that problem. We sort out a problem to do with teachers. We come as a team and we say these are the issues that we want to sort out. The teachers will see their issues being addressed, the doctors will see their issues being addressed, and they will identify themselves with those issues. So I think if we can go that way, we'll be able to have the numbers that we needed to have. The other thing is that these people are not in our platforms, like in X or in other social media. Nowadays, Ruto has made even internet more expensive. You just have some data, and this data doesn't even last. He has made it possible that Safaricom increases these charges because of the taxes that he has imposed. So many people cannot afford to be in the platform long enough to listen to these discussions. And you see, these discussions are there from morning to evening. So how can we reach these other people down there? One of our speakers have said that we should now be more organized, that we can hold these, we can say, rallies, in some kind of rallies down there, so that this other group of people who cannot afford to come to these platforms can also get this message directly from the people who are knowledgeable. So that is another way that we can sort out this issue. Remember, the politicians are now moving around the country. Very soon you will hear they will be organizing like some rallies, I don't know what they call it, that now they are celebrating the appointment of some people. Joe will hold his in the coast, all those politicians will go there. And there are so many people who will accept their lies. They will also go to Western, they go to Oparanya's place. Many people will come to the stadium in Kakamega and listen to their lies, thinking that Oparanya is going to address their issues. Oparanya will never address their issues. In fact, Oparanya, Joho, and those others, they are the minority in this government. And therefore, they cannot bring any change. In fact, they are the ones who are going to change to speak the wheelbarrow language. They will never speak their own language. They have no language to speak because they cannot convince the majority. So there is nothing that they are going to do for us. In fact, things are going to be worse. Parliament now is going to be, there is not going to be a minority group because the minority has already sunk into the majority. So all the bills, all the bad bills that you can think of are going to pass in Parliament without scrutiny. Nobody's going to raise yes, nobody's going to raise alarm over certain bills which are being taken, which are being passed in Parliament. So if there was a time that we are supposed to be united more than ever, it's now, because now the enemy has regrouped and it has become a huge monster. And therefore, for us to confront that, we have to be a monster more than them. Thank you.
Asante sana Pius. Don't worry. I know we can have a lot of information that we need to drive it home. Don't worry. You will get another more time. Thank you so much for those informative data. I have engineer. Go ahead. And those who want to speak, you can just raise your hand so that it can be easy for me to point out, because some of us are having naps or some of us might be in other maybe events. So
Esther,
go
this
ahead,
one,
engineer, if you're present.
Esther.
Thank you so very much, Esther.
Sorry,
for
Steve.
the-
Yes, I was just joining some meeting, and I would requested maybe I share my thoughts immediately. Then my very compatriot Pius to take it on is a kind request.
Wait a minute. Engineer, are you okay? Steve, to go ahead?
Yes, I'm okay, Esther. Let him go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity, and thank you, my brother Pius, for that courtesy. Now, mine is a quick one in regards to what happened yesterday. It happened that I attended a funeral in Siaya, and I saw members of the political class there, and the message was clear. There's a young man who stood out as a Gen Z and point fingers direct to the political class and warn them that their time is up. It was echoed, and I really love the courage, and I would want to ask most of us now to have that kind of spirit of being bold to speak out to the power. Secondly, I like what this is not to include the politician into this discussion, but I was overwhelmed yesterday by the speech made by James Orengo, standing firm, telling everyone, and anyone will tell you, he was telling Raila that time is up for people to be swayed, misused, and also getting into political arrangement without taking care of the GENZs. And he also informed him that most likely what we are going to witness in the coming days, youth will not be misused. That is what he said. And I like that. And I'm encouraging each one of us in forums that you'll be joining. Some of us are in the village now. We meet people. We try to provide civic education, inform them about their rights, and inform them about our agenda. And I thank you all. Now that the Gen Z still remain leaderless, that is the best thing to do, because, when we have leaders, that is when they target leaders. And also when we have leaders, then those are the people they can also compromise in one or the other. Thank you, my dear. And I beg to leave. Thank you.
Asante sana, Steve. That was very brief and straight to the point. Go ahead, engineer, and thank you for your patience, engineer.
Thank you so very much, Esther. I'm so happy about what you are doing. I had earlier on spoken, but I was really moved by the points that you highlighted. I wish the same should be repeated on several platforms. Before I go straight to my points, let me highlight one or two of the issues that you raised, for the benefit of those who did not hear them or they were not around. You highlighted something that really moved me about this movement. You said that this movement, just as any other family or any other organization, also has children or immature members who would like to either maybe instill fear among others, or maybe try to steal the limelight, or maybe try to steal the show, such things. And you also talked of individuals who of that category who are imitators, who just try to imitate what others are doing and so on. It is true. This movement, just like any other movement anywhere, we have children. And whenever you are listening to anybody raising or giving his points, take note of who that individual is. Don't buy into everything. There are those who've been bought to come and sell fear, to come and maybe divide us, to come and maybe give wrong direction to this movement. You said it very well. I can't do it better than you did. I know you should escalate the same to other platforms, Esther. Well done. Now, let's go straight to what I wanted to say. I want to highlight one of our main achievements that so many people have not noted. Our biggest achievement as a movement, we have now captured the position of official opposition in this country. I can tell you, as we speak, right now, this movement has power, has a voice, has ability to speak for this nation as the official opposition to counter the wrongdoings of this administration. For that, I can tell you for sure that it is one of our greatest achievements, to an extent that even our official opposition leader has decided to join hands with the government so that they can save themselves. What are they trying to save themselves from? From the power that we have acquired. It is so clear to them that if we are going to continue with the momentum that we have already gotten so far, it is clear that they are going to lose whatever they have been holding on, the power that they have been sharing amongst themselves for so long. The GENZs and the millennials and these other age groups have serious numbers. More so, the millennials and the GENZs, their numbers alone, through the ballot or through any popular uprising, can take power anytime. It is just that we are still giving them time to change their ways. But we have the numbers. I think I have highlighted our main achievement. That should not be lost or undermined. And how did we achieve that much? To a level that even the presidency or the government can now do things according to what we request them to do or demand from them. How did we achieve that? We achieved so through a united front online. We did so through online mobilization, and afterwards we went to the streets. Now, if we want to maintain our official opposition position as we have achieved, we should not lose the tact that we used to achieve the same. And there is a speaker who said, I think it was Luta. He talked of making sure that we don't lose the grounds that we have already acquired so far. Let's make sure that our online platforms continue being active, strong, and speaking one language. And if there is any individual who is going against the grain or who is trying to go against the movement, let's have mass unfollowing of such individual. We can have a campaign if we discover that so and so is going against our wishes or against the movement's agendas. We can call for mass unfollowing so that that guy remains just as he is. Because in any movement, once we are united, they will not beat us. Secondly, after we've done it well online, we have achieved it online in a game that they cannot play with us. They are used to their old games of maybe moving on their vehicles and maybe rallies also, which they have started doing again. Let's maintain our pace online and make sure that we silence them online. I'm a software engineer, and those other professionals who are around, maybe you are an IT expert. If somebody is trying to play games with his account, I'm not advocating for any wrongdoing, but you can hack his account and start speaking for him because he has lost power to speak through his account. Secondly, in our areas, let's now decentralize this movement. Let's have small WhatsApp groups in our areas. Maybe we can, I don't know how we will do it, but we can have now individual numbers. If maybe you are in Nairobi or Kisumu or elsewhere, we share contacts, maybe even through DMs. We get location and then we form WhatsApp groups in areas so that if there is a meeting coming to an area like the one that now is scheduled for Homa Bay and Ugenya, I here to celebrate.
0
the-
seconds, engineer.
Sorry?
0 seconds to go.
Okay. Thank you, Esther. Let me try to wind up. Like the meetings that are scheduled for Homa Bay and Siaya, if we have these groups, we can have our members who can silence these people so that we maintain the momentum of Salimia, silence, and monitor. Lastly, let's poke holes in whatever they're doing which is not right. For example, they have nominated the CS in the name of fulfilling our wish. It is not true that we requested for corrupt CSs, former politicians who have been corrupt for so long, to be nominated. It is not true that we requested for non-professionals to occupy CS positions. It is not true that we requested for politicians. So let's poke holes of things that they are doing that are not right. Secondly, they have claimed that the finance bill was brought down. Yes, it was brought down, but there are things that are being salvaged. Let's poke holes in them. Like I hear the First Lady's packages has been worked on. There is that roads maintenance levy that has been salvaged. There are so many things that they are doing that we should continue poking holes into them through our social media accounts. I will say much in other platforms, Esther. Thank you so much for what you're doing. May the Lord continue facilitating you. Good name.
Asante sana, engineer. That was very powerful. I am sure you're going to get a chance once more because we have also others who need to speak. But your points are very brilliant. So chills there. I'm sure you're going to get another opportunity. All right. I said we need to just raise our hands so that we can be orderly. Sometimes someone can be in and then it happens you have an event or maybe you are taking your nap and then you forget that you are a speaker and then it becomes hard for me to wake you up through this virtual space. Let's have Jim and then next will be Western. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you very much for this space. And I just want to remind you guys the importance of our cause and what we stand for. We're moving in one direction, in one voice, that Ruto must go. No one said it's going to be easy. It may take days, weeks, or even months because we both know that evolution doesn't happen in days. So I know it's going to be very difficult, but we need to keep pushing. And how are we going to do this? First, we need to bring back the energy. Look at the timeline. People are demoralized. Watu ni kama wameanza kuchoka. Most of the Gen Zs are heartbroken right now, even including me. The only problem with us is that we give up so easily. And that's why, maybe I can say, that's why Ruto maybe barely got into our minds. Alitumia ile tactic ya uzazi because most of us, most of all, hata niseme tu, all of the Gen Z, Ruto is like a dad to us. So anajua kitu zetu, anajua vile tunaweza kuwa tunafikiria. He knows exactly what a parent could do to show that yeye ndo kusema. In this case, for example, nikichukua example ya Murkomen was the most hated CS by the youths. So what Ruto did, alireshuffle him from the previous role na akamweka to represent us in youth, your affairs in sports, years of sports. Hapo it hit so many people. It hit as well it hurt most. Hiyo ikaudhi watu wengi sana. He managed to damage us psychologically and hurt us both emotionally and mentally. Right now, to be honest, hata nikiangalia kwa space, the millennials are the one keeping this movement alive. But we need to bring back our Gen Z's brothers and sisters of both. They had the numbers. We are the 70%. Sisi ndio wengi. Millennials, yes, for now, they are keeping the movement alive. But we need to bring the Gen Z. And how are we going to do this? One, we need to stick to one hashtag, like the Nanenane hashtag. From now henceforth, what's your Nanenane hashtag? Let it be the main hashtag. What's it going to be the millions? Ya zile reject finance bill iligonga. Ilete hiyo momentum, tuanze hapa Twitter, nane, spread TikTok, immediately itaenda WhatsApp, Facebook na hizo social media platforms zingine. Let nane be the main hashtag. It will embrace and bring back the energy that is spreading and bring back the numbers. Secondly, we need to stop sanitizing the likes of Babu Owino and Okiya Mtata. Hiyo imefanya watu wengi waka-back down. Because at the beginning, we were tribeless, leaderless, partless. But somehow, now we are bringing Babu Owino on board. Being leaderless guaranteed us that no one is going to benefit from the movement. We are doing it for the good of all Kenyans and especially for our future. Then thirdly, we need to remind people, of course, we needed accountability and good governance. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa main cause. Hiyo ndio ilifanya hii movement. We are in this position as a country because of bad governance. The system works against us. Right now, the government has the money to pay crowds to attend hiyo zenye rais ameanza. Wanalipa watu, but they don't have the money to pay doctors. They have the money to pay goons to attack us, to interfere with our peaceful protests, but they don't have money to pay teachers. They have money to pay influencers to push their useless hashtags, but our roads are poor. Huku mtaani huku barabara ni mbaya kabisa, but wako na hiyo pesa ya kulipa watu wao magoons wa interfere with our peaceful protest. Look at education sector. Wame double sijui ni mara ngapi ya school fees imepanda imeenda juu kabisa. Wanataka sisi tuwafund. They are overtaxing us. So issue yetu ni moja. We needed accountability. Hii issue ya sijui creating a political party, hiyo ina demoralize watu kabisa. Hata
0 seconds.
Thank you. I'm finalizing. Hata tukiangalia kwa streets watu wameanza kuchoka. Why? Because tunaanza imanze kujia, we need leaders, we need political party. We're not here because of politics. We need good governance. Okay, and that's what we are here, and I want to give you time and speak out. Thank you.
Asante sana, Jim. I know you have struggled a lot because we can hear background, but you like, I have to give what I have to give. So we appreciate for your struggle, and I am sure next time you might have a better place where we will listen to all your points very keenly. But we have heard it that this overtaxation is so much, and we are not ready for this journey as a Kenya, though we do not mean we are not ready to pay taxes. Western, you're the next, and then we will have Steve. Go ahead, Western.
Thank you so much, Esther. I salute all the participants on this forum. One, I wish to say that nation building is a very fragile exercise. It's a very delicate exercise. But in our context, and it's not just unique to Kenya, many nation states, even the so-called advanced democracies in the US, Western democracies, and beyond, they grapple with the question of nation building. But nation building requires a certain caliber of leaders, which in our case, we don't have. We don't. Such that this government that Ruto is planning to form could be a government of national unity, a coalition government, whatever it is. Well, many countries have experimented with that. That's when there is an impasse, there is a stalemate. And in the case of South Africa, when they held elections the other day, there was no outright winner. So various political formations have to come together and form a government. But if you go to the South African constitution, there's no provision for that kind of government. But I've not read anywhere where somebody's gone to court to challenge that government. There's nobody. Why? Because there are morals, there are values that societies uphold beyond the constitution. The constitution cannot provide for everything. So in our context, we perennially go to court and seek interpretation and challenge things because of entrenched bad manners and impunity. What Ruto is doing is not a government of national unity because it's not going to aggregate the challenges that Kenyans are facing, the issues that we are raising. This is about a cynical political pact, and that's what sets it apart, such that even the opposition people themselves, so-called opposition in quotes, they're not courageous enough to own up to their own cowardice. You come across somebody who is too cowardly even to be a coward. You want to be in the opposition and at the same time you want to be in the government. That kind of culture is unique to our society. And that's what sets us apart. And the constitution, the courts will not address that. This is about a flawed character of the nation state, which emanates from the flawed character of the various political actors we have had over the years. That's the problem we face here. Such that here we're talking about Ruto must go. Well, Ruto, I can see, hashtag. That is the name of a sitting president in Kenya. But elsewhere, when you say Raila Odinga is an enabler of tyranny, of corruption, of social injustice, you are told you're obsessed. What do you mean by you're obsessed? I mean, injustice has got a face. Tyranny has got a face. Corruption has got a face. In the same way, if you're talking about modernization of nation states, like Singapore, it has got a face, Lin Kuan Yew. If you're talking about the US, they have got their own founding fathers, George Washington, and they are there, they are faces. If you're talking about the European Holocaust, it has got a face, Hitler. You can't talk about the European Holocaust without putting a face to it. So why do we have holy cows? When we're discussing about our issues, we have holy cows. We can invoke other people's names ad nauseam. We can, but when it comes to other names, no, those are no-go areas.
I mean, that kind of mindset will not take us forward. We have to disassociate ourselves from the politics of affection. What you saw Ruto practicing at the coast region will practice in Western, in Nyanza. That is politics of affection. You whip up emotion so that logic, common sense takes a back seat or takes a walk. And people momentarily are hysterical. Well, you're just playing games around them. So we cannot fault a system that has condemned us to poverty, to inequalities, to violence, to underdevelopment, to disease, and at the same time betray the very, very qualities, the very, very traits, attributes that they have exhibited over the years. We must be different from them. And one of the things that must distinguish us is to be acceptable to dissent, to alternative views. We must be acceptable to that. This is like the prototypical Athenian agora. It's an assembly. Let people come and express themselves. They're expressing themselves spiritually. They're expressing themselves economically. They're expressing themselves politically, culturally. Let 1,000 flowers bloom. But let us not come to these forums and hold forte for some people. There are no holy cows. The moment we realize that there are no binaries in our politics, as I conclude, last elections, there was this false, phony binary. There was a dichotomy between thieves, corrupt elements, and liberators, multi-party heroes and agents of rectitude and transparency. Where we are seated now, where we are standing now, can you tell the distinction, whether there was such a distinction? So we must desist from binaries. We tend to be obsessed with the binaries. If this political actor is bad, I'm looking for the other one who is good. If this one is good, I want to look for the other one who is bad. If you're opposed to William Ruto, you must be a Raila Odinga apologist, and vice versa. We're saying no. Gen Z and the other like-minded people in this mass uprising, they're saying that mindset is atavistic, is barbaric, is retrogressive. We must get rid of it. Go forward, cherish values, norms, rule of law, constitutionalism, inclusivity, which brings every other Kenyan on board, as opposed to only the elite. But at the same time, we stigmatize and shame people who put us where we are, and they insist on putting us where we are. We should not be ashamed of naming them. If you don't name a problem, how will you address it? If you don't name enablers of tyranny, whether they masquerade as opposition leaders, or as civil society practitioners, or as the intelligentsia, or as the media, how are you going to solve your problems? If you have got holy cows, you will not. You become complicit in your own dire situation, in your own predicament. Viva.
Asante sana, Western. That was very powerful. Let's have Steve. Steve, are you in? And then we will have Mariam. Go ahead.
Hello guys, thanks for the opportunity. Chenye mi nataka kusema ni in short I'm here to say that tumedanganywa kuhusu kila kitu. Juu tunakuja hapa hivi tunasema or even before hata we declare a war on an enemy, vile kama saa hii tunaenda kwa street, lazima tu understand who are we dealing with and what is the nature of this enemy. Juu kuna watu wanakuja wanasema the enemy is the rogue police, so wanafaa kuwa we need police reforms. Others are suggesting we have corrupt members of parliament, so they need to be recalled. Wengine wanasema now go for the president, impeach him. Wengine wanasema the EACC should be given more powers to prosecute corrupt people. But hizi zote nataka tu kusema, all these are just symptoms of the bigger problem that we are facing right now. Juu hata EACC tukisema ipewe more powers, how dumb are we that we can allow the government to investigate itself